Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the August 10th Historic District Commission meeting workshop. We're going to get started with a few staff announcements, and then we have a workshop item to hear. And then we'll get started with the official public hearing portion of the meeting at 1 o'clock. So I'm Christy Harpst. I'm the Historic District Commission Program Manager. And just starting out with some announcements, there has been a change in state law. The governor is lifting the emergency order. So that means that next month, in September, all the commission members have to be in person at the meeting to participate. So a virtual isn't going to be an option anymore for commissioners. We are, as a transition period, we are keeping the hybrid nature for applicants who wish to come. The thing that we will be asking moving forward is that applicants use video, and so that they're on video, and so you have more of a personal connection with any applicant that joins us on video. And anyone in the neighborhood wishing to speak for or against the project is also welcome to join, again, on video or by calling in. And so we're just going to keep this process for a while as we go into the fall, not sure how things are going to shake out, so we don't have to be too disruptive of the process. But that's our first important announcement. Our second announcement is that we are welcoming 2 new commission members this month, and we have our new officers for the commission. So I'm going to start introducing our new 4th Ward representative, Noelle Bell. She joins us for Jim Hayden's seat, and she lives at the Poplar Building in 4th Ward, and we are thrilled to have Noelle with us. Noelle, would you like to say anything?
Sure, thank you. I am Noelle Bell, and I am representing the 4th Ward neighborhood. My profession is marketing and communications, but I have a full appreciation for history and architecture, and I want to learn more. And as Christy stated, I've been in the 4th Ward neighborhood for almost 20 years, but I spent a lot of time traveling with my previous job at Bank of America. So now I'm working for a nonprofit affordable housing developer, so I'm very local now, and looking forward to doing the work and learning more. And thank you for the welcome.
Thanks, Noelle. And then our next new commissioner is Heather Wojcik, and Heather is taking Chris Murren's at-large seat. And Heather is an architect by profession, and she has been before the board on the other side as an applicant a couple of times. So we're glad to welcome her and her design skills to the board. And Heather, would you like to say anything?
Thank you for having me. I'm really excited, actually. I thought of this as a way to learn and be exposed to the other side of this. Little did I know the amount of effort and what you guys all do to make this happen. So it's been a pretty great experience. But I have been in the industry here in Charlotte for about 26 years now. So it's kind of a great next step, and I love history and I love houses. So I think that this is a really great way to kind of bring my life together in a new stage.
Thanks, Heather. Welcome. And as far as new board members go, Kim Parati remains our chair for this year. And we have new officers for vice chair and second vice chair. Formerly, vice chair was PJ Henningsen, and PJ stepped down, and Nichelle Hawkins is assuming the position of vice chair. And former second vice chair was Jessica Hinman, and she is stepping down. And the new second vice chair is Chris Barth. So just warm welcome to both of them. And Kim is not here today, so we're throwing Nichelle headfirst into the process, and Nichelle will be chairing our meeting today. So, we ask for your patience and understanding as we work through any hiccups through today's meeting, but I know Nichelle's going to do a great job. And with that, I'm going to kick it over to Nichelle to do an announcement of her own about McCrory Heights.
Thanks, Christy. I first want to extend a sincere and deep thank you to the commissioners for your support, your tireless just efforts in helping McCrory Heights thus far in the process. As we know, we are very, very close. McCrory Heights is very close to a vote to become a local historic district. And so I really just want to take this opportunity to thank you all for everything you've done. I also want to thank the community members out there from McCrory Heights, all of the city staff, Christy and your team. You guys have been so warm and encouraging in informing us about the tools that are available to us. So I really want to just take this point of privilege just to say thank you. And we are looking forward to August 15th, which is the city council vote. And so we just want to thank them in advance for their support.
Thanks, Nichelle. It's our pleasure. We're so excited to welcome McCrory Heights. And once a historic district is designated, so it's a rezoning. As Nichelle mentioned, City Council will be making their final decision on August 15th. They held the public hearing back on July 18th, and it received unanimous support. So we're very thankful for that. There was also a very strong showing from the neighborhood who showed up at the meeting and spoke in favor of the project. But once the city council votes on a rezoning, it's effective immediately. So it will be effective, hopefully, Tuesday, August 16th. So we're thrilled. Thank you for all your hard work and your leadership. And I'll tease that as a celebration, we are going to release the video as a celebration. So keep your eyes out, everybody. That's all I had for staff announcements. Cindy, did you have anything? No? Okay. Any other commissioners have anything? Okay, well, we're going to switch over and we are going to get started with our workshop. And just as a reminder, especially to our new commissioners or anyone joining us online, workshops are for projects that are large or complex that have not yet submitted an application. It's a pre-application time for applicants to speak with the commission and get high-level, non-binding feedback on the project and help them get started on the right path so that when they do submit an official application, the process goes a lot more smoothly for them. So with that, Charles, you're here. Would you like to come up? And I will pull up. Yeah, and all you have to do is just turn on the mic. And I don't know if we have anyone else. Let's see here. I don't think any of your colleagues are here yet, but okay. He's on? Okay, great. Okay. Candace, will you please switch Alberto over to a participant for this? Thank you. Perfect, thank you. Okay, so I have your presentation up if you want to proceed, and I'll scroll through for you.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you, Christy. First of all, thank you all for your dedication to our city and to being a member of this board. When I saw that you had a 6-hour agenda today, I'm extremely impressed that you have the willingness to do that. And what you do is extremely important. And I also want to say thank you so much for taking time in a very busy agenda to have this workshop and to work with us on the Landingham Estate. I'm sure you know exactly where it is. It's at the Plaza in Belvedere, and it went through a rezoning a few years ago. Just to make you familiar with the property, it is a bungalow-style house, which is just fabulous. And we're so thrilled to be a part of it. But as fabulous as the house is, I think the surroundings and the way it actually is grounded on the site is really what makes it so significant. As you know, it's going through several changes currently. But as you go over to the property, the neighborhood has really embraced this as sort of their outdoor living space. I mean, it becomes their park. It becomes their space to go and walk through their community and take a lot of pride. So this is something that we're very conscious of, and we actually want to embrace and even expand upon it. There's a wonderful use of stone and masonry throughout the property. So as you see, as we go through our presentation, you're going to see some of the precedent imagery, how those types of things started informing us as we move through the process. Christy, if you'll go to the next slide, please. And I'll be respectful of your time because I really care more about your comments than me talking to you. So I'm going to move through this rather fast, and we can go backwards if we need to answer questions. This is the approved plan. You can see the estate home. You can see the parking that's surrounding it. It's currently acting as an events venue. There were two additional buildings that were approved. One, the Topography building at the bottom of the page, which is not the building we're talking about today. We are talking about the Belvedere building, which is at the top of the sheet. And as you can see, it sits fronting Belvedere, but it also has a significant location and will be very important to the landscape of the overall site. So next page, please. So as we started going through the design process, what were the things that were important to us? I've already talked a little bit about the Van Landingham home itself and the property. We really love the idea of natural stacked stone. We really think that the building is so significant that we shouldn't try to compete with it architecturally, that we should be very respectful of it, that we should almost even be reflective of it. Almost like a background type building, simple and elegant. And so the image that you see in the upper left-hand corner starts talking to the simplicity of what we're thinking. It could be a complementary building. I think the way that you talk to the Van Landingham house and the property is that you start to use the same materials, you start to be respectful of the scale, the position on the site. Obviously, if we can start to introduce water, carry through the gardens, some of the features of the gardens more, and even in some of the stone walls that we might introduce is to have some peekaboo moments where you can see openings in the walls that kind of frame special views and connect interior to exterior, et cetera. So if you go to the next page, please. Another thing to inform our conversation today is the site plan on the, I don't know if you can shift that up. Thank you. That is the property adjacent to the Van Landingham Estate. It is currently under construction, and those are townhome buildings that are adjacent to us. And so they're somewhat ringing the perimeter of the estate itself. And, as an architect, I'm very conscious to edges and how you deal with edges. And as you can see, we're sharing a drive off of Belvedere that comes into an area that's going to have garage entries, a shared driveway. And so, how you create somewhat of a privacy zone of what is going to be a more commercial type use to a residential use, we're trying to be cognizant of that as well. Next slide, please, Christy. Now, this is an enlarged area of the actual building we're talking about, Belvedere being at the top, the gardens on the left-hand side. And so what we discovered, Lee Collier was the original landscape architect. He created this area specifically as a bosquette, which is a highly manicured hedge with a grouping of trees, 5 or more trees in the center of it. And so this became a very special location on the site itself. This is the actual footprint that was approved in the rezoning, which is 2,500 square feet is what it's sitting on. It can be 2 stories, so it'll be a total of 5,000 square feet. But what we thought was important is that we had to recognize that we have 2 entries, 2 major entries. One is off of Belvedere. We have to be respectful of that more residential street and how we relate to that. And then 2 is how do we tie back to the overall site itself? If you're wondering, how does parking tie into all this? Obviously, there's existing parking now that serves for the events venue, which is primarily for weekend use. The parking for that venue will also serve for the parking for the use of this building. So how you transition from that parking, what is the experience? You really want it to go through the gardens and really experience what the estate is all about. And so we set up this more formalized garden. So you go through the bosquette, the hedge is reintroduced, and we're going to be expanding the hedges even further into the, as you can see, the drive that goes back from Belvedere coming into the property. Some of the use of the stone walls around the building to help create some edges that start to talk about commercial use to residential, like I mentioned earlier, and just really define what this space is. But the idea behind it is simple, elegant, and expanding out and really embracing what the landscaping is doing. So we're going to go back in history just one more step. This is the original plan that was approved from a cross-section. Some of you may not have been involved in this rezoning, but the thing that was extremely significant was not to exceed the height of the Van Landingham Estate. So there was recognition that this building is prominent, important, and, don't overshine it. So this was the drawing that the previous architect and package had included. It looks like a smaller version of the Van Landingham. We've decided to depart from that in that we would like for it to be complementary, not necessarily a smaller version. So this just gives you an idea of mass and scale and position on the site. So Christy, next slide, please. And then this is showing the building that we're proposing, what you're looking at on where the cursor is, that's actually looking from the plaza. As you know, from the position of looking at on the site plan, this is essentially at the back of the Van Landingham building. You can see we haven't exceeded the height. In fact, we're almost holding the same cornice height that the house has already established. Once again, very simple, very elegant, a lot of glass. There's going to be not reflective glass, but reflective and sky and the plantings around the property. It almost becomes, like I said, a background building. What you're looking at the bottom, where the cursor currently is, that's the view from Belvedere. As I said, I think that's one of the major entries from the street. The other one being the view at the top, but you can see the townhouses beyond in the scale of what the townhouses are. And they're already competing with the Van Landingham. So we were trying to sort of drop the scale, actually be very quiet and be very complementary. Next slide, please, Christy. And then color elevations give you a better representation of how we see these stone walls working around the perimeter, some of the openings that I was mentioning, and then just being very clean and simple and calm. And no mechanical equipment on the roof. We're going to have mechanical equipment on the ground. It's 5,000 square feet, so that's easy to handle. But highly detailed and refined is what we're going after here. But it's really more about the landscaping and how we extend out and ground ourselves in the site, just like the Van Landingham Estate home did the same way. And Christy, if we go to the next slide. It just gives you some ideas about height. You can see it without all the colors to kind of confuse things. So it gives you an opportunity just to see the architecture itself. And I think there's one more view. And then that's actually looking at it from the garden, the Bosquet. And I think that is the last slide that we have. And Alberto, do you have anything you'd like to add, please?
I think we wanted to be cautious about the space between the buildings as much as the building itself. And like you mentioned, Chuck, it's all about having a simple, unassuming building that complemented the estate itself.
So with that, Christy, that's our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, commissioners. Questions, comments?
Just a question, the height of the building, it seems like in a previous slide, it was right at 30 feet, and then here it's looking like 25. What's the proposed height of this building?
Alberto, do you recall what the overall height that is? And that's a good question that we added more of those off the sections.
Yeah, maybe a typo. The actual height is somewhere around 26 feet to 28 feet.
Okay. Thank you.
We actually imported that from those sections previously, so I'm sorry. It's a
No
scale change.
Yeah, and I think the hope that we want to do, and we're gonna fine tune this, is we wanna just line it up with the rafter tails and the roof line of the Van Landingham Estate. That's the hope.
It's more of that holding a consistent cornice height. It's what we thought was important.
Okay.
But that's a great point. Thank you for catching that.
I have a question. If I can ask, what's the proposed usage of the building?
Currently, it's going to be our architectural firm's office.
Oh, okay.
Both floors.
Reason I ask, I mean, I think it's a beautiful project. Certainly celebrating the garden aspect, as you know, you've explored the history of Van Landingham and, the extremely beautiful natural surroundings that are developed around the estate. Actually, I live around the corner from this. I would say, I would be perfectly happy living around the corner from this. I think it's a wonderful, almost like pavilion-esque feature, sculpturesque building to fit in that landscape. I would be concerned, I imagine this would fit into our Chapter 7 guidelines. I would be concerned about some of those architectural features, complementing historical examples in the neighborhood, that sort of thing. I appreciate what y'all are trying to do and not try to outshine the Van Landingham, but I would direct you to look to those Chapter 7 guidelines, as it relates to roof form, materiality, cornices and overhangs, site walls, that sort of thing. There are just some things there that I am fearful might not align with our guidelines. So pay attention
Okay.
to that
That's
closely.
great, Chris. Thank you.
And I think just to add on to that, it's context. I mean, it's a gorgeous building. It's just, does the modern architecture adhere to the guidelines and fit within a Plaza Midwood context, right? That's
Mhm.
primarily
Yeah.
one of those. And I think that's one of the biggest concerns. It's very modern. Imagine with this, a bunch of bungalows and traditional houses, just where you get that mismatch in architecture makes the house really with its surroundings. But I mean, it's
Thank you. So the topiary building, the previous architect spent a lot of energy on it, and the thought behind that building, it too will be more modern. And so and when it's constructed, the idea, it actually was going to be covered in greenery. So it had a lot of green wall to it, but obviously a little more modern in the way the fenestrations were treated. The form itself is more modern. That's a two-story office building. That's a 20,000 square feet. We actually have looked at that as well and think that maybe the Belvedere in this building could start to have a language that's talking to each other if it's ever built. I know there's discussions about actually extending the events venue out so they have outdoor gardens for weddings and those types of things. So I don't think this is anywhere in the immediate future, but at some time, maybe those two buildings just could start to set the vocabulary for what's happening around the actual estate itself.
Thank you.
Thank you, PJ.
PJ, for the record, could you just summarize what you said?
Yeah,
I think
sure.
your
So-
mic was off for the people.
Yeah,
who
sorry, I had my mic off. So, paraphrasing, my general comments were, love the building, love the modern architecture. I'm just concerned that that modern architecture doesn't fit within the context of Plaza Midwood, especially in the Van Landingham Estate, which is primarily built out of, comprised of, older homes, craftsman bungalows and things of that sort.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And, just since we do have new commissioners to remind them of and share the discussion about the topiary building. The discussion that was had about that is it was kind of deep in the site, it's set far off the plaza. The reason for the angled wall was to angle back to the Van Landingham and let that remain the star. And with topiary, with being covered with a live wall, the point of that one was that it was just sort of to fade into the background and become part of the landscape. And one thing the commission discussed was how this one, the building we're talking about today, with it fronting on Belvedere, it's much more front and center than the topiary building. So commissioners, if you have anything to respond to as far as your previous discussion or additional thoughts to share with the applicant, that would be great.
I also remember some previous Commissioner Rumsch's comments about Plaza and how, Plaza Midwood is very funky. It is very diverse and, things that are maybe out of the, immediate view or, right away can take on a more contemporary feel because that is kind of the character of the neighborhood as well.
Right.
So I think, taking into account what Christie has said is, having stuff that's more craftsman, traditional, that fits in the immediate context, that in the highly visible areas, and then transitioning and having more fun with some of the stuff that's not. And those were completely not architectural terms or anything like that, and I apologize.
I understood what you meant. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
Krista, what are your thoughts?
I really appreciate the landscaping especially. I think that's really sensitive to the rest of the site. And how that hedge has always been a point of conversation for us as we looked at the townhome project. And that's always been a concern, that historic hedge and retaining that. And I agree with some of the other comments. I think that I do agree that it would be a complement to the other building, the topiary, and but I am concerned because it is so it is such a it's a face of that property. So I'm a little concerned about that. So
Right. And it is a face on Belvedere. If is it okay if I? Is it an
Absolutely.
interactive
Yeah,
conversation,
yeah.
right?
This is just an open conversation. Yeah.
But the way that drive is treated is almost like the back door to the property. And if you look at it, there's actually, the dumpster, and it's sort of the back of house to it. And it's not downplay it, the significance of how you treat Belvedere. But I think this building has an opportunity of sort of making those types of things go away, so that you don't see the dumpster, and you don't see the back of the house, and you don't see the condensers on the ground. And hopefully it'll start to shield some of those entries to garages, the garage doors and those types of things as well, so that you sort of see down a nice gravel drive, as opposed to townhouses that are sort of front and center, which is what there will be right now. So we're trying to be cognizant of all of that stuff. So, but
Chuck,
I appreciate your comments. Martin?
yeah, just to add to what you were saying, Chuck, I think we've actually pushed the building farther back because we do agree that, it can't be right on the street. And then that dry stack wall that wraps around that kind of just makes the building peek out right at the very corner where the entry is. Our thoughts were that was going to become an organic wall where, roses were going to, be planted around, and ivy and, nature. So it became more of the wall becomes that organic edge around the building, and the building is kind of sheltered, more of a timid kind of building behind that organic, beautiful wall.
So I pulled up Google Street View. Chuck, is this the road, and the building would be located approximately right here?
That's correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
So just to,
The unfortunate thing is
orient.
those trees to the left are not there.
right, and then the townhomes will be back here.
Correct. That
And
edge has
so-
changed.
There's the kind of the service area that he was referring to.
That's right. And it's not bad. It's not bad by any means, but it's just.
Mhm. Sure. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Let's see. Maybe.
Do you know how tall the stone wall is proposed to be?
We're actually trying to figure out what the right height is on a pedestrian level. We think, and obviously we're in a really early stage, but we think that it needs to be at least 5 to 6 feet. So it really just becomes all about the organic stone, and then the building just peaks on the very edge. So the building is really becomes even smaller than what it is as you're walking through. the sidewalk and down into Belvedere. So you just get a glimpse of the building in that really edge, and then you have this beautiful, almost like, and if you see the little landscape walls that Lee designed around the house that have that dry stack stone on them, we wanted to do something similar to that, as an homage to the original design.
Alberto, you said 5 to 6. I think you meant 15 to 16.
Oh, okay.
And you're talking about the stone walls adjacent to the actual structures.
Yes.
Yeah, I think at least it needs to be 5 and 6, but we can bring that up and down. Proportionally, that looks good. We understand that, we have to put a lot of thought in what's going to be growing on it and how it's going to be, stacked and the depth on the stone and the size of the stone. So that's going to drive a lot of the final height is going to be driven by those things.
Can I ask one more question about the material around the glass itself? Is that wood or metal?
We're currently thinking that's metal.
Yeah, if you go to the precedent images, we wanted to keep it natural and we wanted to keep like a nice bronze and a warmer type, not the silver aluminum kind of thing, but really a nice bronze and warm tone. I think if you go to the precedent image, there's a picture of that type palette.
Yes, to the right. I think it's the glass. is what you're
Okay.
talking about. But I don't know if it's-
There's shadows.
Go ahead, Alberto. Didn't mean to talk over you.
Oh, sorry, Chuck. Yeah, but the idea was that even though it's really simple, the details between the windows are really elegant, and there's a lot of depth, and there is a lot of warmth to the architecture. But again, it's really sophisticated but simple.
So we'd have some depth to the glass and the frame so we could get shadow lines. And then the other thing, when you look at the roof, we're trying to expand it out so it feels very thin and light. If you know the Apple store that's in Chicago, right on the river, that's very similar in concept. Is not the materials that they used on the Apple store, but it's the idea of lightness and delicate.
Can I ask a question? Is this part of the building or is this that stone wall?
It's the stone wall.
Stone wall.
Yes. If you look at the actual site plan, you'll see the stone wall, and there's almost a garden space inside of the stone wall and a garden space outside of the stone wall.
And how tall? It's about 15 feet?
That's what we're saying is 15
Okay.
feet.
Usually we limit the size of walls, especially in front yards. That gets into our fences design standards. Front yard fencing is usually much lower, like 36 inches. Walls, both in rear yards and internal to the site, are usually kept around 6. So just something to
Okay.
consider.
And that's going back to what Chris was saying earlier about some guidelines I need to check into.
Yeah.
Can I ask one more question since I'm new? So realistically, this building in itself is going to block a view of garage doors. So,
We're hoping so.
hmm,
We're hoping so.
yeah. So in that respect, I feel like that's a huge asset to have the structure in itself than just what the details are. If the roof pitch was a little bit more traditional, like a hipped roof, and there were a little bit more architectural details that kind of mimicked some of the historic bungalow design and then maybe the materials, maybe instead of metal, there would be some wood. I mean, those would tie back into the existing architecture that surrounds the building, but not necessarily have to mimic the bungalow style directly. Would that be something that would help tie it into the site versus being just an introduction of glass and metal? would maybe tie it together better.
That's a fair point.
Mm.
Although we do allow, I believe on the townhomes, they are doing an aluminum clad window. So it would just be making sure that the, proportions and maybe look to the proportions of the Van Landingham. I mean, they look pretty close. But yeah, excellent points. Thanks, Heather.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're at just 101. Any other closing comments from the commission? No? Okay. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
coming in person. It was nice to see you.
You too, Chris.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah,
Nice to be in person.
yeah, exactly.
Thank you all.
And glad to have follow-up conversations.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So thanks. Okay.
Forward to seeing you again.
Does anyone need a break or do we want to get started? No, we're good. Okay. Michelle, over to you. If you would open the meeting, please.
Sure. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the August 10th meeting. I am Nichelle Hawkins, Vice Chairperson, and I call the meeting to order at 1:01 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Chris Barth, PJ Henningsen, Krista Lineberger, Heather Wojcik, and Noel Bell, who are present in the meeting room. The rest of the commissioners participating remotely include Scott Whitlock. Also present are Christy Harpst, HDC Administrator, Cindy Kohanek, HDC Staff, Candice Leidy, HDC Staff, Jill Sanchez Meyer, Senior Assistant City Attorney, Linda Keish, Clerk to the Board, and Candy Thomas, Court Reporter. I would like to start by acknowledging that we are conducting this meeting using a remote online platform. I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of the city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. No case is proceeding today in which anyone contacted the city to object to the remote online meeting platform. For everyone participating in today's virtual meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Due to the remote online nature of today's proceedings, any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. To review each of the applications consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by HDC staff. The commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design standards. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be opened for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question.
Hey, Nichelle, can I pause you?
Yes.
If you are on the call and you are one of the first 4 presenters, please listen to Nichelle and be sworn in at this time. Thank you. Okay, thanks, Nichelle.
No problem. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions? All right.
Okay, just a reminder to everyone to use your microphones, please, for everyone joining us online. We are getting started with 628 South Summit Avenue. Jonathan, are you with us? I see Jonathan. I can't hear Jonathan. Okay. Okay. Candace is saying we have 3 unknown
I am.
callers.
Can you hear me okay?
There you go. Yes.
Hello?
Hi, Jonathan. Yes. We can hear you.
Can you hear me okay, Christy? I'm not sure.
Yes, we can hear you. Three unknown callers.
Can you hear me okay?
There you go. Yes. Hi, Jonathan. Are you
All right. Yeah, it's a
Jonathan?
little delayed on my end. For some reason, I can't hear.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Jonathan, we are getting feedback from your computer. Could you just use one source of audio?
Uh-oh. Let's see if I can. I'm trying to figure out which source the audio is coming from. I apologize. Can you hear me still, Christy?
Mhm. Yep. I can't hear you, Cindy. Try muting the speakers on your computer.
All right. For some reason, yeah, okay. I can hear it through the YouTube feed, but for whatever reason, I can't hear you.
We're getting feedback from your You're gonna need to turn the YouTube off though, because that's coming through as feedback to us. Have you called in as well? Okay, we might see if the next applicant is on while Jonathan figures out technology. Candace, is Kevin Sella with us? Or Susan Fall?
If I mute myself, I don't think you're going to be able to hear me speak on this side. So let me try.
Christy, this is Candace. I don't have Kevin. I do have Carly, but I also have two unknown callers.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's
I'm
call.
not sure if you can hear me. I've turned the YouTube off, but I've got no sound coming through the WebEx.
Okay, Jonathan, we are going
Can you hear
to,
me? Okay. I might need to change the browser here.
yeah. Candace, can you switch him to not being a participant, and I'll send him an email that we're gonna move on and let him figure things out and come back? Thank you. If you've called into the meeting, can you just identify yourself and let me know if you're calling in to speak on one of the first 4 projects?
Sure. Elise Johnson, Pete and Finan. I'm calling in really early.
Hey, Lise, yeah, just hang in there with us for a minute. Anybody else called in? Okay, we're gonna go ahead and skip to Susan or Carly, I guess. Carly, are you with us? We're gonna skip to number 3.
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, I'm Carly.
Give me
representing
1
for 808
second to
Brookside.
transfer everything.
My clients may be one of the people calling. They wanted to join in.
Okay. So we're gonna skip down to, again, agenda item number 3, which is 808 Brookside. Carly, were you just sworn in?
I was, but I was muted and I couldn't figure
That's
out how to
fine.
mute myself.
That's fine. Your verbal confirmation that you were works.
Okay.
The next application, this application is for an addition. And it is the addition to the rear that also extends towards the left property line. All traditional materials to match existing, including windows and doors. Vertical trim elements at the rear corners will be used as a transition between the original house and the addition. We do need post-construction rear yard permeability calculations for the project. And the reason it's before the commission is because the addition is wider than the original house. So with that, I am showing the map, which is the location. It is right at the edge of the Dilworth Historic District. Carly, I'm going to turn it over to you. Just let me know how you'd like to proceed through the presentation.
Okay. Yep, we can just start with that first page, our letterhead page. So that just gives a brief description of the work. So we are proposing to add on to the back of the house, like you said, about 2'6" is protruding onto the left beyond the existing structure. On the first floor would be a living room, an extension of an existing study. And then downstairs would be essentially a 1-bedroom kind of apartment with a little kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, and an office space. Also on that main level is a terrace and then steps down to grade. So those are all the existing conditions pictures. Yep, that's the streetscape. So the site plan, so the permeability I have, we are at 60% permeable open space. We have about 2,940 square feet of total rear yard, and impermeable is about 1,179 square feet, totaling about 40%. 350 square feet of that is new paving as shown on this site plan. And then 829 square feet of that is the proposed addition. So again, totaling about 60% permeable. Okay, and then front elevation, you can see on the proposed elevation where that left portion of the addition is sticking out with the stairs that go down to grade at the back. Go to the next page. This is the left side elevation. So showing where the 3 windows are at the back, that is the portion that sticks out beyond the existing facade. And then the steps going down for the terrace there. It's kind of hard to get a picture of that left side because of the house next door, but that's the existing edge of house. That deck would come off, and that's where the new addition would start. And then A3 is the rear elevation. And we did a 3D model to kind of help visualize this portion. So this shows the 2 levels at the back and some of the railing details to match the front porch and a window casing detail. So all of the window casing and door casings, window moles and everything we would match existing. To the next page would be the right side, showing a little covered porch off of the extended study. And then the lower level with rear access into that lower portion with the terrace above. And then this kind of better helps visualize that rear elevation because it's kind of flat in the 2D. The grade significantly slopes back, and we will also be grading back there, removing some of the old retaining walls and fences that are back there. And this shows where the new patio would be as well. So the white is obviously existing, and then the colored portion would be the proposed addition on the back. And then A7 is showing our wall section and window casing details, all detailing to match existing. And then the last page is the floor plan. The family room off the back, extending the study with a covered porch, the terrace, and then the kitchen and living room, bedroom, bathroom, office area below. And then one of the comments I had on there from staff was the window manufacturers. We are planning or proposing to use the Windsor series Legend windows with SDLs to match the existing windows. So I can send over those specs. I guess, Krista, do I just email those to you with the permeability stuff?
Yes, that'll probably be part of the decision from the commission, will be
Okay.
those further directions. And I honestly, I can't recall if we've approved Windsor Legend, but we'll be glad to work with you and review it.
Okay, well, whatever is approvable is what we'll go with. Another
Yeah, of
option
course.
would be the pinnacle wood or pinnacle clad would be another option.
Okay, thank you. Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, and we have, let's see, a couple of unknown callers. Let's see. We have caller number 3. We know that caller number 5 is Elise. Caller number 8 is Jonathan for case 1. And if you are caller number 3, can you just say yes or no if you'd like to speak on this application? Okay, hearing nothing, I'll turn it over to you, Nichelle. Thanks.
All right, commissioners, any questions for the applicant? Oh.
All right, yeah, there's no one. Yeah, Mike.
It looks like Krista has a question.
Yes, I have a few questions. On the window configuration, per our guideline 6.15, 1B, the rhythm and placement of the windows, I'm just curious if you did any window studies that utilize more of the double window detail that's prevalent on the house for the addition.
There wasn't really any areas other than where they are shown to have that work with the program inside. So like for the rear elevation, we have the double door and then there wasn't room for double windows, but we do have the double window on the downstairs. And then on the upstairs here, there's a wall dividing where the stairwell goes. So that's why those 2 upstairs on the right side are not double, because there's a wall in between.
Okay.
And then
That just, for me, that was I'll see what everyone else thinks. I think that was just one detail for me as you step into the addition, it broke up that rhythm for me.
well, on the right side of the house, I guess there's a bunch of single windows. So we're kind of mimicking that. And then on the left side of the house, there are more doubles. that we could probably, you know, in the stairwell there on the other side of the house, A2. You kind of pick up a double in that stairwell on the addition, if that would be required.
Right. And then on the, where the new addition attaches to the existing, what does that detail look like? Is that, it looks just coplanar. Do you have a vertical member there?
Yeah, so we were keeping the corner board on that side. Yep, on both sides where they are flat, they are coplanar. But we were keeping the corner board to kind of differentiate the two.
Okay. And then I had a question on the site plan. It indicated on the site plan that some retaining walls are going to be removed.
Yes.
And I see on the side and then mainly on that, and you have quite a bit of excavation there. So I was just
Yep.
curious if that's going to be replaced or just what that detail, I just
No.
didn't see.
So we'll probably go back with the privacy fence. I think that was another one of the staff comments originally made prior to today's meeting. But we need to work that out with the homeowner. So their current yard is a lot higher than the neighbor's yard, especially on the right side. So we're essentially cutting that back to be level. So there won't be the need for the retaining wall on that side anymore. So we're just gonna propose to go back with a privacy fence. And then on the left side, the grade it's going to be regraded, so it will be buried on the left side. So there's no more retaining walls, I guess, is the answer to your question.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify.
Sorry.
And then the brick, have you matched the foundation for the new foundation to the existing?
We have not matched an actual brick yet, but that would be the goal, is to get as close as possible. An actual brick has not been selected yet.
Okay. I think those are all of my questions currently.
Commissioner Barr?
Thank you. Could you indicate to us, and perhaps the left elevation may be a good place, because in the site plan it was a little difficult to determine, at least for me. Could you indicate where the historic rear of the house would be? It's fairly evident that there was a pop-up addition done on this house at some point that, per today's standards would be non-conforming. And I understand that it probably swallowed up a lot of the back of the house. Is there a way you can show us, maybe these pictures help too, where the historic back of the house would be?
I don't know that. I'm assuming maybe that corner board where your cursor is, but I don't really know.
Staff's guess, or it's a best guess at this point, is that this was the original rear of the house, and then this was some sort of open icebox porch. Yeah, at some point. That was just, that corner was then filled in.
Okay, so given that, have you, and maybe you said this, but I missed it, have you done any rear yard calculations for impermeability as it relates to the addition?
Yes, so it was 60% permeable.
Okay, and that rear yard area was taken from where? Is it where Christie is indicating?
Where the deck hits, not that original, not the corner board we're discussing. Yes, that one right there. Yep.
Okay, so I'd probably.
Staff can work with them
Okay.
to get detailed and accurate.
Okay,
You can make that a condition if you wish.
sure.
Yeah.
All
I
right,
think it'll
thank you.
still be over 50% permeable, but I can change that calculation.
Gotcha, thanks.
All right, commissioners, any other questions for the applicant? Hearing none, we will close for deliberation. So Commissioner Lineberger, I know you had quite a few questions. If you don't mind kicking us off with the discussion.
Sure. I'm really curious what everyone else thinks. I think that this really meets, for the most part, all of our guidelines. I think the only thing for me is I still am hung up on the window rhythm. And I wish there was a way to improve that. What does everyone else think about that on the fenestration?
My comment on the fenestration is it is to the rear of the house, right? And not that visible, not highly visible from the street. So I definitely agree that, I mean, both options, are not incongruous. And this application, the addition meets all of our guidelines for additions, with the exception that it is a little wider on one side, right? But I mean, it's clearly subservient, doesn't overpower the main house. It appears like it could be detached. It is separate or clearly delineated from the original house. Those are my comments.
Yes, I think it definitely meets the guidelines that addition is minimally visible from the street.
I think you mentioned being able to figure out some sort of paired window situation on the left side. And if you're comfortable with that going to staff, I'm comfortable with it.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Right. Commissioners, any other thoughts or comments to what Commissioner Lineberger mentioned? It sounded like we had a motion starting.
I think some of the open items were work with staff on the fence, select window selection, calculating the permeability of the rear yard from the original thermal wall of the historic house, matching the brick and mortar, and then working with staff on pairing the windows on the rear left elevation. I don't want to steal your thunder, Krista, on a motion.
You're good.
Just the notes that I had.
Those are the primary ones I had as well. Right, those are the ones I had as well.
Yep, and I think if we throw some standards with that, I think we're off to the races.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to approve this application as it meets the standards for new construction, Chapter 6 for additions, 6.2 to 6.24. And that staff, further details would be approved by staff, that the applicant would provide rear yard, the rear yard permeability calculations, the brick detail, the fence detail, and the window and door specifications.
And friendly amendment, work with staff on the pairing of a window
Yes,
on the addition on the left elevation.
accept your friendly amendment. Thank you.
All right. Do we have standards with that? We did, just now? Okay.
I think she did chapter 6 editions.
Okay, very well.
6.2 to 6.2 to 6.24 for additions.
Awesome. So we have a motion.
Could we add new construction too, that covers all the windows, doors, and then
So just all of Chapter 6.
I think I would do all of chapter 6.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks.
Absolutely.
All right. We have a motion to approve with conditions and seconded.
Second.
Motion is seconded by Commissioner Henningsen.
Any discussion?
Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Okay, we will start with Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. I got him. Approved 7-0. All right.
Great. Good job, everybody. Okay. One down, Michelle. 13 more to go. You got it. Okay, I believe Jonathan has rejoined us via telephone. So Jonathan, are you with us again?
Yeah, let's give this a try. Christy, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Can you hear us?
I can. Yes.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Great. And you've been sworn in, yes?
That's correct.
Correct. Okay, great. The next application is 628 South Summit Avenue. It's for tree removal. There, it is for the removal of a mature canopy tree in the rear yard, a willow oak. Removal request was provided to the urban forestry staff. This is after the fact review. And with projects like that, the commission reviews the project on its merits as if the work has not yet occurred. The commission also approved the new construction of an addition at this house, at this site. So here's the house, here's the addition that was approved by the commission. They're working with staff on rear yard changes, but before construction got started on the addition, the tree was removed. So, Jonathan, I'm going to turn it over to you. I'll start here on the map, and you can tell me where you'd like to go.
I think we could address it just with the letter that I submitted. So that next page, where essentially once I received the notification from the zoning folks about the requirement for a COA for tree removal, of course, kind of spiked up my interest in trying to figure out what was going on. And after doing a little bit of digging, I realized that the COA was required prior to, and connected with staff, and then ultimately landed on trying to get an arborist out there to speak on the subject, and got some pushback on that just because the tree was already down, of course, so there was some hesitation around providing much detail, but there's some detail that was provided by Benjamin Fletcher, who is with Bartlett Tree Experts. He's available for follow-up questions if needed. And some of the discussion was around, so some tree terms that I guess apply to the health of the tree. And then the next page down is the picture of the rear yard before the tree removal, which is on the back right-hand side of the yard. The following picture shows the yard after the removal. We've got a picture of the trunk. Followed by the site map that reflects where the existing tree, where the tree was existing rather. And I understand we'll discuss some planting options, so I think that's it.
We have one unknown caller. I believe it's Julie Garner. Candace, can you unmute the caller? Julie, is this you? Are you calling about application number 5, 819 Lexington Avenue? Okay. Hearing nothing, we have no other individuals signed up to speak for or against this application.
All right, thanks, Christy. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
Yeah,
Commissioner Henningsen? Oh, Scott, go ahead.
okay. Jonathan, so this was, you had an approval for an addition to the home earlier. Was that inclusive of the rear yard work that's on the plan?
There were two phases of the approval. So the first COA came for the addition. The second COA was for the rear work that you see there.
So when that second phase was approved, what was the discussion about that tree?
Scott, this is Christy. The tree had already been removed by the time the second phase was submitted to staff for review.
Oh, okay.
This
Got it.
had just been an outstanding after the fact issue. I think the commission was originally supposed to hear it back in March, but the applicant deferred to July, and then we didn't hear it in July due to time constraints. So it was a non-issue by the time we got that application for the rear yard work. So what's before the commission is determining if replanting basically to replace the canopy.
So phase one was approved before the tree was removed?
Correct. Mhm.
Okay.
Phase 1 was the addition of the house right here.
Were there any tree issues with that phase?
That's when this tree came out, was during this phase. It was before this phase started.
Okay, so phase one was approved. You have a COA before that tree was removed.
Correct. And the tree removal was not part of the COA request, but occurred between the COA being approved for phase 1 and the COA being submitted and approved for phase 2.
Okay. Well, I just one more question on that train is for the approval of phase one, was there any other tree issue? Or was that without any trees being discussed?
I can check on that for you. I don't want to misspeak, but
Okay.
I don't think there was any trees
Okay,
being removed. as
Jonathan,
part
were
of
there
it.
any trees removed for the first phase?
No, it's a pretty clear yard on that front,
Okay.
like right behind the original house.
Okay. All right. This question, just for my understanding, but the arborist gave some opinion, but was unwilling to go beyond that. Is that a standard in the industry that they cannot give a written opinion without, after the fact?
It depends on the amount of decay, is my understanding.
Mhm.
We also asked the city arborist, and they concurred with Mr. Fletcher's evaluation that it was difficult to provide an opinion without seeing the tree prior.
Okay. So my understanding is that had it not been taken down, it was, unless there was some very compelling decay visible, that the decay that they see after it's taken down would not have been evident. And based on that, I would question whether it was would have been approved or would be approvable from what I know, what I can discern here. Jonathan, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so the arborist did mention that there were some areas using specific terms that are related to their industry I'm unfamiliar with, but there was no conclusive, evidence that it would have been able to meet COA guidelines or not. It was just after the fact, so it was just difficult to judge.
What was your determining factor to take it down for phase 2?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
What drove you to have it removed as it related to the phase 2?
The tree was, there was another tree that fell from decay several years ago. This tree kind of grew at an angle to seek additional sunlight because of the other tree. And so it was just a leaning tree with a heavy side branch and safety concern for us. So that was the motivator.
Mm-hmm.
So safety concern for you because the house is all the way in your rear yard?
Yeah, I own the yard next to it. That's my garage. It leans over.
All right, so obviously you're familiar with their standards.
I am now, yes, sir.
Because you took the tree down in between your application for an addition and now your backyard work. So, I mean, are we to believe that you didn't know that you couldn't take a large canopy tree down without permission?
I was unaware of the rule.
Well, I mean, based on the evidence, I would deny this all day, every day, but the tree's already been taken down. So,
You're welcome to deny it and to approve replanting.
yeah.
Jill? They can deny the removal and approve replanting, right?
You don't have to.
Replanting? But what if they
Sorry,
want?
you don't have to approve. See what it's like.
Right, you can deny it and require replanting.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well,
Planting options are shown here on slide 5. And typically what the commission asks for is, they usually ask for 2 when a very large tree is taken out. And you're not limited to these options. If you would, the front yard, I mean, it is completely at the commission's purview what you would like to ask for.
I mean, I don't have an issue with any one of those options there, commissioners.
I'd like to see it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
In the pictures, there are power lines that are running from that back left corner towards the house. Have those been buried?
Yeah, we're still
Okay,
open.
okay.
Sorry, okay.
Jonathan?
In one of the pictures that you provided for us that shows where the tree was, there's a power line that runs from the back right-hand corner of the property towards the house. Is that just the power line for your house itself?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that is getting buried as part of the addition.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we weren't creating another issue.
I think that's a great point that you bring up. One thing that I would like to add, I did see 3 tree species listed by the applicant for possible replacement. My opinion would be that the replacement tree be of similar species and large maturing canopy tree. The only one that, I mean, I'm no Jim Hayden, but the only one that I think that would qualify for that would be the oak. They could come back with a similar willow oak in this instance.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? All right, we'll now close for deliberation and Commissioner Whitlock, do you want to start us with the discussion?
Yeah, Christie, I just want to make sure, so if I think that this would have been denied, I would make a motion to deny, and then is there another motion for planting another tree, or how does this work?
Yeah, you would make a motion to deny, you know, and explaining your reasoning why you're denying it. And because this is something that cannot be undone, you would require the replanting of trees as part of that. Is that correct, Jill? And you would specify, you know, large maturing canopy tree and where they should be planted and how many. And you can give some leeway, like it can be front yard, backyard, and they can work with staff on the exact locations.
Okay. Well, unless anyone else has other comments, I will make a motion. So I'd like to make a motion that this application be denied. And due to lack of compelling proof that the tree was in danger of falling and that it was compromised due to disease that would have been evident prior to it being removed. And I also move that the property owner plant a new large canopy tree to be approved. And I would also add that it should be something that's very similar to the tree that was removed, and in a location that would be approved by the staff.
Can I ask that you add some guidelines to that?
I would. I'm at a location where I don't have my book, so I'll need some help.
8.5, Scott, 8.5, number 6.
Okay.
And 8.5, number 2, also for the denial that the tree was not, that there's no evidence that it was diseased or in need of removal.
So 8.5.
Number 2.
Number 2.
And and number 6.
And number 6. 8.5, number 6.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to deny with some conditions. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Barth. Any discussion?
Yeah, I mean, friendly amendment, I think we should specify willow oak or white oak species because, I mean, black gum. I think we should be more specific and specify, you know, an oak canopy tree. They're all canopy.
I would
How say you,
agree
Scott?
with that. I would take that as I would approve that, yes.
Are you,
And what about
are you
the
doing
number?
1 or 2?
Yeah.
How many trees?
Two. 2 oak canopy trees
Okay.
planted in the location specified by the applicant in the application.
Okay, and if one of the locations ends up being in the power line, does staff have the authority to work with them for another location on site?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you accept that amendment?
Yes, I
Yes.
do.
Yes, I do.
All right. We'll now, any discussion on that emotion? Okay, We'll now have a roll call vote. So we have a motion to deny with conditions. We have seconded by Commissioner Barth. And now we'll have a roll call vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion passes 7-0.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. I don't know that we have Kevin with us yet. Kevin Sella, have you called in? He emailed me saying he was having trouble getting in, and I sent him a link, so we might have to come back to him too. Okay, yes, it looks like the applicant for number 4 is here. And so we're gonna skip number 2, and as soon as he joins us, we'll come back to Kevin. So number 4 is 1528 Jennings Street. Let's see. Applicant, are you with us for 1528 Jennings Street?
I'm here.
Okay, can you talk a little louder?
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, I'm gonna just talk as loud as you can because you sound kind of far away. And have you been sworn in?
I have not been sworn in.
Okay, we're gonna do that first.
Okay.
Okay. So I gotta find my sheet. Okay, I found it. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, our next application is 1528 Jennings Street. This is our first application that the commission is seeing for Oaklawn Park. And it is a bungalow constructed in the 1940s. So there's a picture of it, and it's at the edge of the district. So in Mulberry, right as you're entering Oaklawn Park. The application includes photos of the existing conditions, photos of the details. There's a survey, we have the streetscape, and we have elevation drawings for the existing structure. So the existing condition photos are on slide 8, 9, 10, 11. These are some crawl space photos. 12 are some site photos showing existing trees on the property. Window and door details, which are replacements, eave details. The property survey is on page 16, and then the full survey is actually on page 17 as well. You'll notice the building is not sitting square on the lot. And then 18 is just showing you what's around it. Neighboring properties. We appreciate a very thorough application like this. And then the drawings, these are a little condensed. Let me go down here. There. Slide 30 through 33 are existing elevation drawings of the property. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant to add anything I might have missed. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please, and then share any information you would like to with the commission.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Rohit Dongre. I live at 9582 Clark's Meadow Place in Concord, North Carolina, 28027. I am the owner of this property at 1528 Jennings Street. I am proposing a full demolition of this property. This property was built back in 1947. And due to a lot of neglect, there is a lot of damage to the property. As you saw, the pictures of the crawl space and everything. There is a lot of rot in there with broken plumbing. So yeah, my basic request is I had consulted with my engineers and architects, and my first plan was to do an addition to the property, but given the structure and the existing conditions, the experts' opinion was to do a full demolition and then rebuild a single family home on the lot. Also, as was mentioned, that the existing structure sits kind of rotated towards the right by probably 30 degrees. It's not square on the lot. So that also causes a little bit of problems if I want to add to the structure. So having said all that, my request is a full demolition of the property.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Dungry. Commissioners, do we have any questions for the applicant?
Yes. I have some questions, Mr. Dungry. I wanted to, if you could describe to me what, if anything, you've done to determine what it would take to correct the problems that you're pointing out. I'm just saying, looking at the photographs, I will say I don't see anything that looks like it couldn't be corrected. Maybe you could point something out, but everything to me looks like it's just neglect. Maybe there's some rot, mold, mildew. However, I don't see anything that would compel me to think that the structure is beyond salvaging. So maybe you could help me understand that.
Yes, sir. I'll try my best. My original plan was to build on top of the building, like a second story on top of the building, because for which I consulted the architect.
Excuse me, I'm having a hard time hearing Christy. I don't know if it's just me, but if I just need to, I cannot hear Mr. Dongri well enough.
Can you hear me now? I'm trying to speak as loudly as I can. Can you hear me now?
I mean, every little bit of volume helps. So it's still a little quiet, but yeah, that helps.
Let me see if I can change my microphone. Probably it's picking up from my laptop instead of my earpiece.
Okay.
How about now? Can you hear me better now?
I'll do my best. I'm not hearing you very well, but it's loud where I am too, and I'm sorry, but anyway.
And I apologize. I changed it to my earpiece, so probably it should be a little bit better as compared to my laptop's microphone.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Originally, my thought process and the plan was to do an addition to the building on top, like to build a second story on top of the building, because for which I consulted my architect and the structural engineer, and after doing a survey of the building and checking everything out, their opinion was that this building's interior structure is not good enough to support a second story on top of it, because of which it prompted me to request for a demolition.
Now,
And
so
if I could just,
what I understand
Hey,
you
Scott.
saying, I'm
Hey,
sorry.
Scott.
Yes.
The city attorney wants to say something.
hi,
Okay.
sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
I just wanted to remind the commissioners that this is hearsay as long as the engineer is not here to present testimony either in person or himself virtually or herself.
Thank you, Jill.
So what I understand is that you would like to build a second story over the existing structure. Is that correct?
That was my original plan. Yes, sir.
Mhm. Now, I don't know that we would find it anywhere in the standards that would be a compelling reason to
demolish a structure because the structure can stand on its own.
Scott, would you mind if I asked if there was any neighbors who want to talk on the project?
No, go right ahead.
Okay, thanks. I know we have some unknown callers, and I know caller number 5 is Elise for number 9, and caller number 8 was Jonathan. Is caller number 3 still with us? Or any other unknown callers? Candace is going to unmute you, so please feel free to say if you are here to talk for or against this project. A yes or no is all we need.
No.
Okay, thank you. It looked like we had someone else trying to call in, so if she's able to, I might interrupt again if that's okay. Okay. Back to you, Nichelle.
All right, I think Commissioner Whitlock, you were asking some questions, or were you done?
Yeah, I just had one more question.
Go right ahead.
And I don't see in the documentation a letter from an engineer or stating that the structure is unstable or should be taken down. Am I correct? Am I missing anything?
No, I don't have any letter from my engineer, but I can get that and attach and send it over.
Okay. So, Christy, I would, I don't want to jump the gun, but I would be willing to make a motion. However, if he wants to provide more information, how do you recommend I handle that?
That's a great question. So the only time we really consider that information is if the applicant is asking to waive that 90-day waiting period. And so what you can do is you can just move forward as we normally do, determining if the application is complete. And then if so, you can make your motion and vote. If the applicant has additional information in that interim time and wants to come back and ask for a waiving of that 90-day waiting period, we can certainly entertain that at that time.
Okay.
So I would say just, in summary, just move forward like you would for any other demolition case.
Okay.
And
And
Scott,
I know
and Scott,
there's several things that are needed, kind of the script that goes with the demo. And
Yeah.
I'll need some help with that because I once again, don't have that here in front of me.
Do you want us to
However,
kick it to someone here?
yeah, yes, I think that might make it easier.
Okay, I think PJ's got you.
Yeah, thank you, PJ.
so first, are there any other questions for the applicant before we head into deliberation? Excuse me. All right, we'll go ahead and close and go into deliberation. So commissioners, I think Commissioner Henderson.
Yeah. I'd like to make so this motion will be, so I'll have 3 motions. First one on the completeness of the application, the second one, special significance, and the third one is 365 stay of demolition. So for my first motion, I did notice in the application packet that some of the images are skewed. So Christy, has that been updated?
Yes, sir. We updated that slides 30 through 33
Perfect.
are accurate.
Okay, so scratch that. So I want to make a motion that the application is complete. So I move to determine that this application is complete with all required documentation provided by the applicant.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any discussion? Okay, we'll have a roll call vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. That motion passes 7-0.
Okay. Second motion is special significance. I move to determine that the building has special significance and value towards maintaining the character of the Oaklawn Park Local Historic District because one, it is 50 years or older, its architectural style.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second. Any discussion on the motion? All right, hearing none, we'll have a roll call vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. That passes 7-0.
All right, final motion will be to add a 365 stay of demolition. So I move to approve the project with a 365-day stay of demolition on the building due to its special significance and value towards maintaining the character of the district. Receipt of accurate measured drawings of the buildings to be demolished are required for the HDC records before plans for new construction will be considered by this commission.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Is there any discussion on the motion?
We have the measured drawings. Sorry. We don't always.
I read too much.
It's okay.
All right. Ready for a roll call vote? Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Dungry.
Thank you.
Okay. Just one more shout out for Kevin. Kevin Sella, are you with us yet? Cindy, you don't see him, right? Okay. We'll come back to him when he's able to join us. But as of now, we're just going to keep moving, and the next step is 819 Lexington Avenue. Alan Brooks, are you with us? Yes, we hear you.
You can hear
Hi,
me.
Alan.
Wow.
Yeah. All right, Alan, I am pulling up your plans. Alan, have you been sworn in?
No, I have not.
Okay, and Julie, I think, is Julie with us? Has she joined us via telephone?
She was.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, Julie.
Yay.
Have you been sworn in?
I haven't.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a quick announcement. Don Peden, if you're with us, Karen Barton, Kelly Navarro, Eve Schreck, and Elise, if you would all please be sworn in at this time. We are going to move pretty quickly through the consent agenda items number 5 through 9. Thank you.
All right. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. This next application is for an addition at 819 Lexington Avenue. It's in 2 parts. The project is for a rear addition, and they also wish to extend the front stoop and add a roof. They're also changing an existing screen porch, keeping the proportions that are there, but instead of screens, they're adding windows. Dilapidated accessory structure will be demolished. And this is in front of the commission because the rear addition is wider than the existing house. You can see the brick transition detail on the right elevation that will occur between the original rear corner of the house and the addition. This is shown on A 3.1. And then on the left elevation, the addition is inset from the original rear corner at a new side entry. So they are maintaining both original rear corners of the house. All proposed materials are to match existing, and they're taking inspiration from the board and batten detail over the existing side porch for some of the materials on part of the rear addition. They are proposing approvable windows and have provided a tree letter for the 24-inch willow oak and tree protection plan for the rest of the trees. Post-construction, it will be 33% impervious, and existing condition pictures are shown on page 6, 7, and 8, and 9. The plan showing the addition is shown on slide 10, which shows the rear addition and the slight bump out here with a cross gable, and then also the slight porch extension, which is no further forward than the existing stoop. Elevations are on slide 11 is the front elevation. Slide 12 is the right elevation. They're keeping all the original details of the screen porch, including the brackets and the columns. Slide 13 is the left side addition. This is the house insets right here at this rear corner with an inset side entry, and then the rear elevation. And then details pages, and there are also some 3D images to help show what the addition will look like. And then the tree letter is on slide 20. I don't believe, let me check. We have no callers for this case. So I'll put that over to you.
Okay. So, commissioners, are there any commissioners that objects to this case being on the consent agenda?
I have a question. I have some concerns about the application, but I'm perfectly comfortable with staff working through those.
Okay,
Am I able to voice those concerns?
you can, and you can make them conditions of the approval.
Okay, would I do that now or late in a moment?
You can do it in the moment if you want to make a motion, as long as you're okay with staff and you don't have, if you have questions for staff, I can answer. If you have questions for the applicant, we would have to open this to an entire hearing, so it's up to you.
So if I am the one to make the motion, I will state my concerns. I do have one question for staff regarding the materiality of the proposed front porch and side entry porch. If those are compatible with, we're good. Okay.
I mean, I am. It's the way I look at it is it meets our design standards, and it's the railing is there for code. I would ask that it be our traditional height with the jumper rail, a booster rail. But I believe the intent is that it's very simple and just supposed to be almost disappear and not be overwhelming to the house.
Same thing for the metal posts and metal roof. I don't know that it was my understanding that typically we didn't allow metal roofs on front elevations.
We don't, except when the
Slope.
pitch is such that you can't do anything but metal or membrane. And you have approved small metal roofs like this when the pitch is really low, when you won't see it. But if you want them to restudy it, you can ask for a restudy of the front porch.
Okay, no, I'm fine. I'm fine with it. I
Okay.
just wanted to make sure I wasn't setting a precedent.
Okay. Yeah, and as far as precedent goes, it's all projects are considered on their own merits and the situation of the house in question, rather than, setting precedent. So you're fine.
Okay. It sounded like we had a motion underway.
Would you like me to take off with that?
Why not?
I'd like to approve this application as a consent agenda item with the following items to be reviewed and approved by staff. Let's see.
And Chris, if you're not okay with the porch columns, you can require them to be wood, and you can direct me to do that.
I'm okay with them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Moving into the next step of my motion, the following items we would request be approved by staff. The board and batten material on the addition match the existing board and batten material in size and dimension. The window size and proportions on the addition to match the windows on the existing historic house. And the porch details, the existing porch column, beam, and eave details to remain, only utilizing infill windows for the porch enclosure. And that's all I have.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Barth. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion on the motion?
Rear yard permeability, was that included in a supplemental packet, Christie? Okay, so,
The supplement starts at application number
okay,
10.
so friendly amendment for the applicant to provide permit-ready construction drawings and rear yard permeability calculations to staff.
Is the amendment accepted?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth? How about for you, Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes, it is.
Any discussion on the motion? All right, hearing none, we will have a roll call vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
and Commissioner Hawkins, yes. That motion passes 7-0.
Okay.
Thank
you.
you.
Our next application is 1823 to 1829 Cleveland Avenue. And this is a former Bonterra restaurant. And the only reason this is before you is due to the, so 1823 is a parking lot. And the proposed change is at the very rear of the Bonterra building.
Wasn't that bad?
Alan?
Yes, yeah, I mean,
Bye, Alan. We'll talk to you later. So the application is for a dumpster enclosure, and staff can't approve it just due to the visibility of the project. And they're also, making some slight changes to an existing wall right back here. And the elevation drawings are on slide 5. You'll be able to see it from the street, but again, it's at the very back of the parking lot. All the materials are to match existing. Staff has one note that they're requesting a composite material for the vertical doors, and typically we don't allow that. Typically it's a wood material that's required. But other than that, staff is recommending approval of the project. And we have one new unknown caller. Hello, if you have called in, are you calling in about 1823 to 1829 Cleveland Avenue? You can simply say yes or no.
No.
Thank you. Okay,
All right.
over to you.
Commissioners, any objections to this remaining on the consent agenda? Okay, hearing none. Commissioner Bell?
Thank you. I'll make my attempt. I would, if there's no other questions, I would move to approve the project. as the project is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for additions and new constructions in Chapter 6. Also, its permit-ready construction drawings need to be submitted to staff for final review with the following condition. And the condition is that the dumpster enclosure gate should be wood instead of the composite material that was in the write-up.
Excellent. We have a motion by Commissioner Bell. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Henningsen. Any discussion on the motion? All right. Let's have our roll call vote. Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? The motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thanks, Dawn. Our next application is number 7, 808 East Kingston Avenue. And this application is also for an addition. And the addition is wider than the house, which is why it's here before the commission for review. Let's see here. The applicant has provided a sketch on what it would look like. This is the addition that bumps out right here. The house currently has a rear porch that they are reconfiguring to heated square footage. So you can see here the existing addition. This is an open porch back here. And they're reconfiguring that and wrapping it around the side to be the new addition. There are some stairs as part of the porch that already bump out, but they are just filling that in with the addition, and they are keeping this portion of the porch. This is existing, and this is to remain. And the drawings are on page 11. You can see that existing stair that's there, and now it's going to just be replaced with a window. And then slide 12. This is the existing rear elevation and the new rear elevation. So existing porch, this is what's being turned into an addition. And then slide 13 is the left-hand elevation. This is the driveway side. There's a shared driveway between this house and the neighbor's house to the left, and a new entryway. And then the right elevation, which is largely unchanged. You can see the addition beyond through the porch, and this is all staying. Nothing else is changing over here. With that, that's all the information about the project. I don't believe there's anyone calling to talk about this project. We do have one unknown caller still. Unknown caller, I think one of you is Clinton. The other caller, would you please just identify yourself and tell me which application you're calling about?
Sure. This is Elise Johnson. I got dropped and I called back in.
Oh, okay. Hi, Lise.
Hi.
I'll be right with you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. With that, I think that's it. Over to you, Nichelle.
All right, commissioners, does anyone object to this remaining on the consent agenda? Okay. Let's see here. Scott, do you have any, you want to lead us in this? Do you have a motion for us?
I have no issues. I agree with the staff recommendations that, and would make a motion that this application be approved.
Can you cite some standards that it's not incongruous with additions in new construction, chapter 6?
I'm going to need to ask for some help on that because I don't have my
That's all
fancy
you,
book with me.
that's all you need to say.
Scott, no worries. I'd like to add a friendly
go.
amendment that the project is not incongruous with the district and meets standards for additions and new constructions in Chapter 6, as well as the applicant to submit permit-ready construction drawings to staff for final review with the following condition, that the applicant to provide window and door specifications that meet HDC requirements.
Thank you. Do you accept that, Scott?
Yes, thank you.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, second by Commissioner Barth. Do you have any discussion on the motion? All right, hearing none, we will have a roll call vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen and Kelly. Our next application is 1929 Park Road. And let's see here. Oh, hold on. It's number 8. It's a chimney extension. This is a code requirement that chimneys be, 2 feet taller than roofs. And in doing research on this, what staff thinks has happened is that the dormer additions were done years ago, but when the dormer addition was done, they didn't raise the chimney to be in compliance with code. And so now a new property owner owns it, and in order to make the chimney and the fireplace usable again, they need to raise it by 2 feet so it complies with code for operable chimneys. And you can see there are pictures on slide 5 and 6 showing the current cap. And slide 9 shows just a great drawing that they're going to keep the brick row lock or soldier course, whatever is underneath the cap. They're going to keep all of the original chimney and then add the 2 feet so that you can tell where the original chimney ended and where the new chimney begins. And the only recommendation that staff has is that the new brick should not be painted. The existing chimney brick is painted, and staff recommended that maybe they find a mortar color and brick color that more closely aligns with the painted brick rather than asking to paint the chimney. And you can see that is outlined here on slide 11. For inclusion on the consent agenda, the new brick mortar cannot be proposed to be painted. And so with that, that's all we have. No new callers.
All right. Well, commissioners, anyone object to this remaining on the consent agenda? Okay, hearing no objections. Any Commissioner Wojcik?
I motion to approve the application as a consent with the condition that the new brick be to remain unpainted. Also with permitted ready construction drawings to be submitted to staff. And do we put in there that the existing painted brick can be repainted, or does that matter?
So that's implied. If you would just, I think I made a mistake in the staff recommendation.
Yeah.
If you would just say that it's in compliance with roofs 4.5 and chimneys 4.7, please.
4.5. The project is not incongruous with the district. It meets the standards for addition or for chimneys and what was the other one?
Chimneys 4.7
For chimneys 4.7
and roofs 4.5.
and roofs 4.5.
Perfect. Thank you.
Excellent. We have a motion from Commissioner Wojcik. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Lineberger. Do we have any discussion on the motion? All right, we'll have a roll call vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Our next application is number 9, 2010 The Plaza. And you saw this a few months ago for building 1. There are some design changes for building number 4. And building number 4, to orient you, these are the new townhome projects that was already been approved. This is building number 4 is over here, and it faces Belvedere Avenue and fronts along Thurman Place. And the applicant has done a great job of noting the changes. There were issues with putting the HVAC units in the back. And so the major change is that they are repositioning them to the front and incorporating brick screening walls as part of the front porches to completely screen these from the street. There's also the hedge that provides a further buffer. That's the main change. The other changes are very similar to what the commission approved for building number 1. I can get this. Go. And those are on slides 5. You can see the dormer changes, the roof pitch changes a little bit, the height, they kept the height down and it steps down like building number 1 does. They also made some slight changes. This is the elevation that faces Belvedere. And it used to have a door right here, and the porch didn't quite wrap as far, and now the porch roof is wrapping more, and they've changed this door to a window. Slide 6, again, just elimination of some dormers, same thing that happened with building number 1, and some minor changes to the fenestration. And then slide 7. This is the big change here on the Belvedere elevation, is that they extended the front porch. It ended at the corner of the building, and they're extending it a little more to address that corner, both facing Belvedere and Thurmond. And again, this is this section right here, this grouping of buildings. This grouping was approved. We have not seen buildings number 2 or 3. And more details are outlined in the staff memo on page 1 about the lowered roof line, the fenestration, HVAC units, and they provided a west elevation. So that is a new elevation not reviewed under the original approval, which is also why this project has to be approved by the commission. So given that it's very much in line with what was approved for building number 1, staff is recommending this for approval as the consent agenda. The only thing I would ask is that if you are okay with it remaining on the consent agenda, and I'm not sure I included this in my motion, I would ask that the commission make a specific note about the exception of the HVAC units being located on the front, because that's not something we usually do, and that this is due to site constraints with they can't locate it on the back and they can't locate it on the roof, and that it is not something that would be acceptable in most projects, but given the screening and the site constraints, that's why you're allowing it in this instance. We don't have any new callers, so over to you, Nichelle. And if you want to hear it as a full case, the applicant is present.
Okay, thank you, Christy. Commissioners, anyone have any objections to this remaining on the consent agenda?
I don't object to the consent, but I do have a question for staff. Do we wait until after?
Yeah, you can ask that. Yep.
The roof pitches, when they lowered them, the windows started to kind of intrude into the fascia boards and frieze boards. And I know that that is a typical element that you guys typically point out on that top one. So you can see there's a couple of feet. So that was the original proposed, and then this is the revised proposed, correct? So at the end,
Correct.
on the third floor, I think, Christy, go up one. There you go. Left, the window trim is basically touching the roof rafters. Is that something that you would kind of review and follow, or is that something that we need to document?
That's a really astute observation. And what you can do is I can check building number one. And you can say, if this is what was approved for building number one, we'll approve for building number four. But if not, we need to match the conditions that were approved on building number one and work with staff.
Okay.
It's a great observation. Thank you.
Great. All right. So Commissioner Barth, what say you?
I'd like to approve this application as a consent agenda item for new construction. Asking that the applicant confirm with staff approved design changes mimic what was approved on building one. And I'm approving this application per guidelines chapter 6 and request that the applicant submit construction and permit-ready drawings to staff.
And friendly amendment that we're approving the location of the HVAC units in the front because of site constraints, because the units cannot be located on the roof or in the rear.
Accepted.
Thanks.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Barth. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, hearing none, we'll have a roll call vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes?
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy, has Kevin joined us yet? Okay. Oh, and Candace says no. Okay. Did we want a break before we go into our continued cases from the July meeting? I'm seeing yes. 10-minute break? Okay. We will be back. We will resume with application number 11, 1817 South Main Street in approximately 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, we're back. I am looking for Ashley Jimenez and Casey Dean. Are you guys with us?
Yeah, this guy is just giving all kinds of red flags.
Okay. So we would ask that you turn off any background noises and electronics and mute any computer audio so we don't have feedback. Ashley, Casey. Ashley, we have a lot of background noise coming from you. Have you all been sworn in? No, we can't hear you. We're just hearing a bunch of noise. Okay, well, we're gonna go ahead and skip them. Alan Brooks, are you with us?
Am I?
Alan,
Can you hear me?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
I'm
Okay,
not sure the owner is on or not.
Okay. Well, you've been sworn in. If Doug, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Doug.
Yes, I'm.
Doug, have you been sworn?
That I have not.
Okay, we're gonna swear you in.
Okay.
All right, Doug, do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right.
This next application was continued from the July 13th meeting for a number of items on the addition, the accessory structure, and for site features. And these are all enumerated on page 1 of the staff memo. The revised proposal is summarized on page 2 of the staff memo. And then staff comments are on pages 3 and 4. I am starting on slide 5 with the location and 6 with the site plan. Alan, I'm going to turn it over to you and you just let me know where you'd like to go from here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, I keep forgetting, Candy. Alan and Doug, will you please state your name and your address for the court reporter?
Yes, Alan Brooks, 2021 Euclid Avenue, Charlotte.
Doug Eman, 1915 Springdale Avenue, Charlotte.
Okay, if I should begin, what I've there may be some commissioner members that are not as familiar with the project as others, but just to reiterate, what we are trying to do on this Dilworth lot that's extremely deep, almost 240 or 50, depending on its angled at the back. But to maintain the original house at the front and engage a rear addition that's no wider or taller than the existing house, and provide an accessory in the rear while demolishing a dilapidated existing accessory garage on the property. And the language of the accessory would follow the house and would be less tall and less wide than the house. But on the interior, the back facing elements of the house addition and the accessory would take on a departure from the historic nature of the house, along with the pool and infrastructure for entertainment. So just to say that, The one thing that if I may just sort of go down the consent agenda, I'm sorry, the continuation letter that was provided, and it had points of the addition, and that would be slide 12 and 11. That would show best. So this shows the addition, the addition in the rear, and the August, well, if we can go to, I was thinking of the side elevation, that one, yeah, I'm sorry. Actually, it's the other side. Well, this one's relevant because it shows the orchestration of the windows that are used, that are the similar size and configurations of the historic windows on the addition of the rear. And if you go to the other side, side addition of the house, it shows that the change from the last submission was on the addition, the windows were increased in size. That gives more of the rhythm along the elevation. So if you can go to the other slide of the rear, there has been provided, sorry about the clock. There's if I may, since it talks about the materials of the rear addition with the change of a new roof line for the extension in the porch, it does show the materials and the starting and stopping points of the decorative shingles. And I do admit in the scallop visual nature is not the intent of the specific shingle to be used on the curved portion of the addition. They would be diamond, but the inference is that it be a change from the historic shingle fabrication. And then the windows, fenestration, and doors would also follow suit from a departure from the historic windows. So, in case in point, that it does take on a different appearance of having the curved wall. That was an internal function of the house, and it was consideration that to particularly position the internal plans that would not have to provide a second story. So that was part of the decisions that we made. And then to try to utilize the back accessory also for a garret space above the garage. And but that was the reasoning, is to make a departure from the historic nature of the house. And if it need be, samples of the addition could be, of the shingles and everything could be given. The accessory shown of all dimensions does take on the character and nature of the house, that extends the gable walls rather than having dormers. There are no dormers per se on this particular house. And so what we've done is utilize that format and changed the roof lines that simplified but drop down to lower levels, 2 or 3 feet lower. The house is at 24 in the front, and the accessories is 19, I think, maybe an inch or two more. But a concerted effort was to bring down the scale and massing, and the rear addition of the accessory that faces the back of the house would be would take on the nature of the features of the back of the house addition, but it was reduced down to a smaller dormer gable and a small shed dormer for the entry door. So the scale and appearance would bring down, just as the house. And if you would go to one of the last slides that shows all of the changes from the last submission, near the end, I think. Yes, thank you. This just shows the front that did not change, and the rear that did change, bringing down the scale, and also the repeated original roof format as opposed to a metal roof format, and just a preference for the fenestration and doors. And
slide 29 and then slide 30, Ellen.
yes, thank you.
Yes.
And so this shows the corresponding elevations. And I apologize, the illustration, one shows a blank roof and the other shows a hatched roof. So could be better comparisons there, but for drafting has always been sort of a technical shortcoming I apologize for. But the intent was to bring down the scale with more roof that related more to the house, and again, that it does have the extended gable walls as opposed to dormers. So if we can go to the next slide, shows the other elevations.
Slide 31.
Comparison, I guess, yes. And this shows the rear that would face, or the frontal only alleyway with the garage doors, a simpler sort of format there. And then the I guess the rear that actually fronts the interior courtyard and faces the house were reduced from a wide gable to a center gable, and brought down the roof line that would go to the house. So
Massing and size was definitely reduced substantially.
yes, and the topography. One of the issues about the accessory was the topography. So if we could go back to the site plan in the beginning, slide 5, I think it is. That slide does show the configuration of the pergola that's in the center courtyard has been correctly, drafting wise, pulled back to the zoning 3 feet away from the property line. In composite, it shows that, and it does show the dimensions of the accessory from the rear property lines and the ending of the concrete drive. And it does show the HVAC units of the house. And one thing that wasn't done that should have been done drafting wise was to reposition the fence at the pool, so the incorporates the pool equipment area at the fence. And then there's a gap at the accessory rear face that doesn't show the fence that's there, and the visuals don't show that on the plans, but that whole area would be fenced in from the back and screened. So that's something that would be corrected. And then if we go to the last sheets, that is the topography. Yes, that one, the topography sheet. That shows the GIS contour lines, and it proves it is the increments that that were recorded on site, that it does slope from the right to the left, and also from the rear to the front.
About 2 feet.
Yes, and so
100 feet.
So what we're trying to do is to level the rear yard, which there really would be no substantial trees located there, and then level it and make the provisions for the pool and the permeable pavers, and all would, but it would play out, we feel, with a surveyor, and at the time of construction, I think the owner could speak to that. And if I may go back to the trees, the sheet at the front. I'm sorry, I keep on jumping.
I'm gonna try, Ellen. This is a really large file, and I think Adobe's about to crash on me.
Oh no.
So I might switch over to the online version if you just give me a second.
Oh, okay.
And I can speak briefly, Alan, about the area between the accessory building and the house. Typically, a survey is done just as was conducted already with the GIS and the topo that's currently there. And then when a full-scale pool design is done or implemented, there is a very, very precise method done after any grading has occurred. And but having as flat a topography as we have there, basically there's only a 2-foot difference between the front of the property and the back, and that's in about 200 feet. So it's very, very flat in general. But the pool people typically take care of all of the drainage methods and everything, and having the permeability of the pavers and that sort of thing is incorporated with the pavement, as well as the fencing and everything else.
Alan, I'm on slide 8.
Yes.
Would you like, is that okay?
Yes, that's the one, exactly. What we did from the change from the other, it was sort of generic, the last submission. So this one's more specific in terms of identifying the trees that are off of the property and giving them some sense of scale or nature of what they are. But the trees that would remain toward the rear of the property, the large canopy trees, would remain with their indication of the tree protection. And of course, the one tree or two trees, actually a dogwood and a pecan tree in the middle courtyard would be removed, but there would be supplemental trees on beyond the fence line and within the fence line, the curved position, to screen. And there are
in the very center of the courtyard itself, you notice that oval section in the very middle. There are two areas on either end that provide for a tree planting there in the middle. But the two eyes in the middle, those are trees, new trees.
in at this point, I think it would be great to there should be added sheets that show reference projects that are similar, that have a strong connection with the property owner, his own home, and the first project that we did together to resolve a situation in literally his backyard. The sheets are photographs of those two projects on Springdale, and then facing it back to back of the
Yes,
there we go.
the supplement is up now, Ellen. This is 1914 Lennox Avenue.
Yes. Yes, so that shows the original house, and this particular project had a two-story accessory building in the back that was old and pre-built and historic. But anyway, the successful application made the house into a story and a half, and then interfaced the backyard with a full courtyard that is at an alleyway. And so that's the nature of that project. That's kind of similar. And then the next project is the owner's home, and he can speak to this or whatever, but me, in the same fashion, it was an historic house that was renovated under circumstances of an abandoned project at that point. But again, you can see that the house, the accessory, and a entertainment courtyard in between. But here, the distinction is the pool is the centerpiece of the development in the backyard, and the proposed one is the antithesis of this, that the pool would be one of the features around a central area that would provide landscaping and would provide amenities, interface between the back of the house and the accessory, but more engaged. So we're trying to do something nice and attractive, and that relates to the historic nature and character of the house, but then takes on its own dynamics, a departure from the historic, out of the purview of the historic district. And there are the 3D images that have been readjusted to show the impact from the views of the street from that purview. If you can go to those slides, Christy.
What slide would you like? These?
The ones that show the 3D images. Oh, there's the fence. I'm sorry.
Fence.
You've got before you right now the fence design, but
looks like slide 28. Is that right?
yes.
On the
Okay.
presentation. We are out of the supplement and back into the presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, but this does show the pergola and the house within the courtyard, but it also shows the views from the street, whether they would actually be that scenario, but it shows the farness of the accessories from the back, from the street. And that was just given to complete that that presentation. And about the fence, that popped up. That was a fence in the neighborhood. I think, Doug, you may want to speak to that.
You know, it's on Park Road. I don't know the actual address. I don't know if I had put it on there, but the actual address I'm not sure of, Alan, but it is on Park Road, basically right there where Ideal and Park intersect. I would need to know the address, and I don't have that. I'm sorry.
But the intent was that's a visual depiction of the simplicity of horizontal rail boards of a fence, and what we're the drawings of the details with notes added for both the pergola and the fence. The variation there would be a sloped. They would be sloped rails rather than vertical. So I think that there was also information provided about the permeability of pavers and how they're constructed that is factored of what percentage that they are of the permeability, but that can be up to 100% or something less. So I think that completes everything that I wanted to present.
All right.
We have no one signed up to speak on this project and no callers.
All right. Thanks, Christy. Thanks, Alan. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Henningsen.
Sure. Hey, Alan, how's it going? Doug, good afternoon.
Yeah.
I'm just going to kind of jump in. The way I'm going to organize my questions and comments are for the stuff that we continued on. So I've got, the 5 items for the addition, the accessory structure, the site features, and then I may have some other ones. So I'm just going to start with the continuation items on the addition. So the first one was to restudy the windows, just to make sure the proportion was more in keeping with the original style. Can we go to the right side elevation? So on the right side elevation, okay, on the addition towards the back, there's a lack of symmetry in the fenestration on those 2 windows. Can you explain a little bit more about that? The window on the right's kind of close to the corner. Is there a reason or a rationale? Because symmetry on the other side.
Well, yes, but what the nature is that this is the primary bedroom at the rear, and we were utilizing a portion of that space for the continuation of the suite with a closet and bathroom. And so it's not different than the organization of the existing house because they're not centered on this elevation either. On the other side, the left-hand side, there is more organization of symmetry, even though you have oddly placed windows around the chimney that were squeezed in there. And we did provide symmetry from a variation that was on the original house to organize the kitchen area, and the back addition there would be symmetry also involved in that gable side that is smaller windows for a laundry space. So that's how it's organized. But the
Yeah, no, I definitely noticed that the more symmetry on the left side and kind of a lack of symmetry on the right side elevation. Thank you. Could we go to a picture of the rear elevation too, please? Okay, so just a general comment. I know it'll come up in deliberation. I'm also curious when we get to that point, commissioners, what everyone's thoughts and feelings are, and just the window configuration a little more modern on the rear side. Yes, it is. It's not visible, by the street. Obviously I'm, curious if you all, what you all's thoughts and feelings on that are. And just kind of a comment, Alan. Another comment is one of the things on the additions on the addition we asked for was to simplify some of the roof forms, have it simpler in geometry on the addition. Can you explain what you simplified?
Well,
Change.
the other, it's more rectilinear there. On the house edition.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
House edition. Yes. Yes. What we did before, there was a thin metal roof that was the porch, and that included over some of the wall of the addition as well. So what I did was to repeat the language of the house to have the gable roof there, omitting the metal roof.
Okay.
And then all of the modernization concept is below the roof line that's traditional, along with the variation of the shingles type.
Okay. And then also with the shingles, I see that you changed the roofing shingles just to be normal, to match the house on the addition. And from a cedar shingle perspective, it looks like you've got fish scale on the rear addition. Is that right?
Well, looks, we'll just call it that, but they were intended to be diamond. There just wasn't a hatch for that. Apologize. Okay. But the important thing is that they be a variation, and being a curved wall, buying into that concept, there are other, the application would be more beneficial rather than a square, like fitting a square in a round hole. So the diamond shaped or the cove or the hexagonal or some other variety of shingles that were typically used on a lot of houses, maybe not explicitly in the district, but I'm sure they exist somewhere, and I know I've seen them. But it would be a variation for that reason, technical application, as well as the distinction of being sort of historic nature of the house and the departure.
Can you, thank you for that. I'm glad you mentioned the curved wall. I'm still struggling with the curved wall. Can you have Christy go to a slide that, I don't want to say does the curved wall justice, but does a really great illustration of the curved wall? I was just struggling looking at, flat black and white paper.
Well, maybe the plan. Yeah, the plan.
Yeah.
So the plan sort of shows the, I guess, an indication of what would be the soffit above a curved wall that would have portions, of course, with a door that would be flattened. And so as you can see, if you just take rectilinear forms within the house, you miss out on depicted views from the rear because of straight lines and such. And so it's a real conscious design-oriented architectural statement that I think enhances the house and the experience, not limiting it to its rectilinear forms. And it was a sort of like a light bulb that this, if you conform to regular things, you really inhibit the enjoyment of the house, and relationship to the backyard is weakened.
Okay. No, thanks for that, Alan. I don't have any other questions on the addition. I'm going to jump to the accessory structure. One of the items we continued for was to just more simplification on the accessory structure. I did notice, the change on I guess that's the left elevation, going from shed dormers to, side gable. What else did you do to simplify?
Well, on the other side, there is no break in the wall. It is more simpler. Well, that was the one we were looking at, Chris, if you will.
You're good.
It was the August submission is a more simple line than having that offset, and sort of bringing the roof line toward the center of the house away from the garage in the back.
Okay. How did you simplify the front elevation of the accessory structure?
You mean the one that faces the interior courtyard?
Yes.
Okay. The distinction here is that there is the gable at the balcony, and so the roof sheds by gables, the nature of gables, to have less impact. So there's less mass at this side of the structure, whereas before there was a greater mass. And it just a pop-up for pure function of having the balcony and a door to get into the sort of compressed roof.
Okay. We also asked you to minimize the width. Did you reduce the width at all of the accessory structure?
Not really. I think it may have. I think it decreased by like a foot, but the offset was eliminated, and it's a more rectangular form.
Okay. I know we talked earlier about topology. Do you have any pictures, or I'm trying to figure out, when you take into account the topology, how many feet the main house is taller than the accessory structure, taking into account the topology? Do you have any type of drawing that illustrates that?
Certainly.
I saw the drawing, but I couldn't make out the delta in height.
There is a drawing within the format of the comparisons, the house to the front, back.
Where they show the accessory and the house, the main house and the accessory in all in one site plan, if you go to find that one.
Yeah.
I think it's.
Sorry.
We got a lot of that one maybe. Yeah, that's pretty close.
Well, that's one of them. Yes, that would be one that shows the the front of the house is 24 feet and the accessory is like 19 feet. But once it slopes up and you catch up with,
there's 2 feet from front to rear.
So it's 2 feet from front to rear slope. So I think I'm hearing that it's 3-foot difference between the main ridge of the original house and the main ridge of the accessory dwelling unit.
Depending on the grading that's done in the rear could be graded. In other words, when the grading is done for the accessory building, that elevation can be brought to the elevation that is there now.
I just want to make sure that it's lower.
Yes.
it would be definitely lower. Yes, 24 feet from the front of the house, and then 2 slopes up at 22 feet. So it'd be like between 2 and 3 feet difference. But then you got to work in the concrete, the driveway, and the pool, but the intent is to
have the accessory
sort of raise the back of the grade of the house and level it from side to side, and then the garage would fall in that suit, so it would naturally be lower than the finished floor of the house by the determination of how the whole thing's got to work and fit.
Yeah.
Did they give, can I ask, did you give a dimension for, you say 24 here at the front, right?
Yes.
And then you said this is like 19 something at the back. What's the dimension here? Do you know? Is that on a sheet?
Yeah,
Because
on a sheet, I think it would be, it'd be like 21 and change, but there are the comparison sheets that follow these. If you just scroll down, no, No, you're going too far. Sorry.
Must be above.
Right there.
Yeah, those.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, those are the comparisons, not togetherness, but you can.
They're asking
differentiate.
is, can you label what it is here compared to what it is here, just so we have a better idea of what the difference is, that this is definitely lower? Is that?
There are other sheets that do show that and give the heights. So you just sort of.
I think what she's saying is just go ahead and have those marked.
Oh.
But
Yeah,
it's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious, but it needs to be compared with numbers. I get that. Yes.
Yes, thanks, Doug. Yeah, slides 18 and 19 I think would be great, or even 21. Sorry, back to you, PJ.
Good to go. Another thing in the accessory structure, we asked about coplanar in your dormers. If we can go back to the accessory structure. I know that you guys I know you removed the small dormer on the left.
Yes.
You removed your dormers, but I'm also looking front elevation. Is the dormer on the front elevation, the courtyard facing elevation, is that coplanar with the thermal wall? Your three
Well,
windows?
that's the whole nature of it. Is you really can't read it. It's not, the design there is not meant to be wall oriented. There's a continue of voids and curves and kind of a discovery kind of elevation, but you can see that on the northwest elevation there, looking at it, is an extended roof line as an element that's offset because the roof line of the garage is lowered in this change, and so the dormer does, or the roof line does pop up on that side. And then on the other side, it is coplanar, but it's been lowered in nature to give it that variation.
Okay.
And a more simpler one, like the original accessory, was just a rectangle.
Okay. I may have more questions later. I think I'm good to go now, for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Henningsen. Do we have other questions? All right, Commissioner Barth.
Alan, one of the comments that we had was, I think it was Commissioner Heineman mentioned this last time about providing a detail for the transition between the diamond shingles and the individually applied shingles on the main body of the house. Do you have a detail for that?
Well, it's on the back elevation. I guess I could have done a plan with arrows exactly, but the nature of it is that everything that's rectilinear. This is a good one, the porch there. You can see where that says the lounge in the room right there is the primary bedroom, and those are rectilinear walls, and so the variation of the shingles began at the onset. If we can, it would be, well, I can explain it, but it's shown here on the this elevation, but the plan. Okay, that's good. You can see over by the right now. Yeah, the bay projects out a foot from the house. So that bay, when it brings back in line with the outside of the bay that projects, that's where the shingles begin at the angled wall and continues through the sort of curved wall And then if you can pull down just a little bit so we can see the other side. The curve there, you go in that perpendicular wall, and that's the foot that is of the bay that projects, and that's where the shingles begin, the decorative shingles.
So on the driveway side, the diamond shingles start basically where the trash cans
Yes.
are sitting on the wall,
Mhm.
and on that inside corner of the angled wall,
Right.
wrap around the curved wall down the back of the house, and then they terminate at that outside corner of the house. Is there like
No, that's not right. You would come in from, because the bay repeats itself. It projects 1 foot more than the main body of the house. And then if you just flip that, you go to the other side, and there are shingles that in that just first perpendicular part of the wall, because that's the bay. And then when
So
the body of the house begins, that's when all of the shingles are a variation. So it's a very determined point. I should have put that on there, but kind of drafting it. Wish I could do it. But that's where the bay, that point, that foot of offset from the main body, since that's a regular form of the architectural house, then the curved wall or the angled wall begins the new configuration of the new shingles.
Gotcha. So is there a board or something that interrupts that change in material from the diamond to the regular shingles, or do they just stop and pick up a new material?
They would start and stop. Look, because that would introduce possibly trim and whatever else. The nature of the shingle application is, like on the house, is no corner boards.
I think that's why the detail's needed and why, yeah, okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? I see that we had other items listed in the continuation. Oh,
Sorry.
Commissioner Wojcik?
I wanted to ask about the fascia boards on the drawings that you have. The sizes seem to vary, and I tried to look at pictures of the actual house and I don't see those. But there's a large change between the horizontal fascia boards and the gable and fascia boards, and I was just wondering if that was drawn correctly, if that was purposefully done, or if that was just a drafting.
It's just a drafting. The details of the house would change, and I'm tried to get that right with coordination with drafting, and it's just driving me crazy. But all the detailing of the historical part of the house was meant to match the existing window trim, headers, eave,
Everything.
board, soffit board.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. And did we get a tree protection plan for the trees that were to remain? Did we get that? Maybe we did, and I missed it. Okay.
Kind of on slide 8, I believe, has everything delineated.
Okay. All right.
Alan, do you have anything from an arborist?
Well,
No, no, we don't. There's not anything that was in need of removing that just wasn't going to be removed. The smaller trees in the middle of, let's just say, between the house and the accessory building, those trees were just going to be removed. They're not decayed or anything, but we would provide new trees in lieu of those, obviously. And but there aren't any, most of the trees that remain are in good health. They could be possibly pruned, but no, I did not have an arborist. The trees are in good health. And the ones that are going to be protected are in good health.
And any of the ones that will remain be in any kind of jeopardy during construction?
I don't think so. I mean, it depends on how, how site supervision is with anything, whether it's construction traffic or masons or footings. I don't think that the canopy, typically the tree protection is done there's like whatever the specifications are from the city of Charlotte. And I think you just got to be careful. You don't want to impede the root system in order to compromise the trees. That's why you have the tree protection, plan in place. And then you just have to police it.
Okay.
Ornamental, yeah.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant, commissioners? We had quite a bit that was to be addressed, and it sounded like some of it was, and perhaps some is still needing some more work. So don't know if there are any more questions, but I can go ahead and close for deliberation. And let's have that conversation.
Yeah, let's just jump in. So let's start with the addition. Why don't we just hit the curved wall? If we can pull up if we can pull up a picture of the rear addition, I'm sorry. If we can pull up a picture of the rear elevation on the addition.
Plan or elevation? The only reason I ask is because it shows better on the plan. It's really hard to tell
Plan.
elevation. Okay, so slide 9.
I reserve the right to change my mind. at any
Absolutely.
point. Yeah.
You may.
All right, so commissioners, on the left, we see the curved wall. And I mean, I really loved Alan's explanation, about having rectilinear components and losing your limitation, my words, not his, on the curved wall. Also knowing that, it's the rear of the house, not visible. What are your thoughts on this curved wall, as well as the more modern fenestration and modern windows on that elevation as well?
One of the things I think Alan did a good job with when he changed those roof lines to be a little bit more consistent with the existing architecture was to kind of give a boundary between what is curved is actually underneath something. So from an architectural standpoint, you almost have to be in the space to appreciate it with the way that he designed it. So I do think that the way that he's done it presents itself well, and the person that's experiencing it can enjoy it, but is not going to overly project itself on the architecture itself, if that makes sense.
Yes, thank you. Krista, Chris?
I think my problem, and it may help to look at section 620, number 6, make sure that the design of the addition is compatible with the existing building. The new work should be differentiated from the old while being compatible with its massing, form, scale, directional expression, roof forms, materials, foundation, fenestration, etc. While I appreciate the simplification and alignment of the roof form, I mean, I just don't know, given that standard, that the materiality form of the wall in question, as well as the fenestration, that's something that I could get behind.
Okay. Kristen, thoughts?
I agree with Chris. I guess I'm struggling with when I go back to the original slate of items that we continued this for. I just don't feel like there has been enough of a development of this rear elevation to meet the guidelines. I mean, to meet the standards. I think I was looking I was hoping for a little more, more simplification and a little more, just a little more detail there that was more of what we were looking for when we continued this. That's very helpful.
So I think I'm hearing you say you would like to see a restudy of the rear elevation because the curved rear wall and fenestration is incongruous. Is that what you're saying? Here.
Yes, I mean, I feel like I could re-say number one in our continuation.
Yeah. Okay. What about the shingles? The use of diamond shingles.
In my opinion, typically we see those on like a Queen Anne Victorian Foursquare type application. Being in the back of the property, I don't know that that becomes an issue. You know, I'd have to see examples of arts and crafts bungalows in the area that use that materiality to get behind it. Also would love to see, as previously requested on the last submittal, like a plan detail of how that transition would occur, because I think there does need to be some sort of delineation between the two material changes if we do allow the diamond shingles, like a corner board or something like that.
Okay. All right, Commissioners Noel, anybody else? Questions? Again, focus on the main house and then we'll move off it.
I do think the combination of the change in material and the curve wall is kind of pushing everybody's limit in terms of acceptability. I mean, I feel like if it was almost one or the other, it might be, but the idea of doing something so different and changing the materials is hard to accept in such a traditional application.
Okay. All right, so from an addition perspective, it sounds like the three items that we would like to see are with the fenestration on the rear elevation and the curved wall, a restudy. And I mean, where do we sit on the use of diamond shingles? Again, not a typical application for a craftsman style home.
Yeah, and it's in the rear. That's, of course, been said, and I'm not sure if it warrants as much, I guess, scrutiny because it's not a primary elevation or visible from the street or public facing. So if a little fun is gonna be had, it's gonna happen in the back. But yeah, I'm not as bothered by that.
And it's not a large mass of shingles either. All right. Obviously, we need more detail on materials and details, windows and doors. Anything else on the main house? Any issues, Commission? I know I'd mentioned some asymmetry with the windows in the rear elevation. I'm sorry, on the right elevation. Am I the only one? I mean, it's towards the back.
Yes, towards the back. I noticed it, but it's two of them.
Christy, can we go to a right elevation, please?
I would say, just from my perspective as an architect, I tend to agree with Alan's explanation of the rhythm of this elevation. It is, we do have some asymmetrical elements with regard to the fenestration. I probably would like to see that the most rear window on the right pulled a little farther away from the corner of the wall. I think we've asked applicants to do that in the past, just to maintain an adequate trim condition and not have a siding issue.
Thank you.
Whether it's 6, 8, 12 inches.
Okay. Commissioners, anything else on the addition? Okay. All right, let's go on to the accessory structure. So it's marginally narrower by a foot, so it's, again, just thinking about massing, right? Yeah, Chris, thoughts?
I know the applicant said this. I don't know that I'm convinced that the overall roof form and complexity of the ADU got simpler. Christy, maybe we can go to the comparison shots from.
I really like these series of pictures that show July and August. I wish you'd also had it for the right and left elevation on the addition too, but this was great.
So this is slide 30 and 31 is the accessory structure.
I think these two elevations look good. The solve of the coplanar dormer, I think, was handled, which was good. To me, it's really, if you can go to 31, Christy.
Hold on, can we go back one real quick? I just want to, from looking at the August submission, the lower right one, any issues with fenestration on that elevation? I guess that's the right elevation. Just that expanse of shingles.
I think it's comparable to the house in terms of spacing.
I don't know.
There could be an offset in the wall between the gable, but I don't think a small offset's going to make that much of a difference. But proportionately speaking, that single window may look a little lonely by itself.
Does look lonely. Okay. All right, go ahead, Chris.
No, I was just going to ask if you're thinking there should be another window between the door and that other one.
Yes. But also taking into account it is an ADU, that is the right elevation. I forget what's on that side of the property.
So I would remind some of the commissioners, we do have some historic accessory structures in these districts where there's no windows at all. This being a 1.5 story, I could argue that, we've already have a condition of fenestration. So if we do put fenestration on an elevation, like PJ said, we have a lonely window. So putting in a second window in there may help. I would caution, again, speaking to symmetry and, it relating to the roof form, there might need to be some thought on how it's placed.
It might not be possible and still look,
Mhm.
have the intended look.
Okay.
There is a possibility of changing the scale of that window. I don't know how it relates, but the main house has two different size windows on it. They might just be able to center it up better on the wall and utilize the bigger size window to break it up versus adding a second one. I mean, I know it's getting into the design, but
Yes.
yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
be quiet now.
I think if we just say, yeah, you need a window or fenestration's an issue, restudy fenestration, you can keep it as simple as that.
Another thing that I'm just noticing from looking at these two bottom comparison elevations is the garage doors on the August submission seem to have gotten fairly tall. I don't know if we can open that back up and ask Alan about the reasoning behind that.
Well, I think it depends on where you're headed. If you're headed for an approval, then yes. If you're headed for a continuation, or if you're headed, you can ask them to bring more information back about that if you want.
I think maybe that's something we'll include in our motion then, yeah.
Okay. All right, Chris, what else? Or Krista, commissioners?
So if we go down the list of the accessory structure continuation items, have they met? Have they met any of those? I mean, I feel like as we check those off, is that, I guess, is that a place to move forward? Checking off some of those?
Yes. I think that's a good, so I think PJ, you started with the restudy, started with number 1. Did it simplify? And
I'm struggling with that. I feel like it's not quite simplified.
Yeah.
It's different, and there was an attempt, but I feel like the level of complexity has stayed much the same for me and didn't simplify.
okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think most agree with that. And then minimizing the width of the accessory structure. So I believe it was mentioned that was that the width that's a foot?
A foot if that.
I mean, do you commissioners, do you guys feel that that's enough? Could that be part of the whole restudying of the simplification, including the width as well? Using more scale reducing techniques?
I think that the issue for the applicant here, the dilemma for them is providing a 2-car garage with common space above and doing that in a smaller space. I don't know if you can put 2 cars in a garage as well as a stair upstairs, to the second floor and still achieve that with a narrower building.
Stairs on the inside. All right, so why don't we go back to restudy the width? Ensure that it's minimized, because again, width, height, all these things tie into massing and simplification.
Yep.
And along with that we go to number 3 with we would need all the dimensions and details to go along with it.
Yep. We got clarification on topology change. We just want to see it documented.
Mm-hmm.
So let's have that.
Yep. And I think for number 5, the dormer is gone, but the simplification of the roof form as it relates to the building massing, is that part of what we are already having them restudy? Okay. All right.
So effectively for the accessory structure, we've got the same first four items-ish. Well, the same first three, the fourth one is document the difference in ridge height, as well as a restudying the fenestration on the right elevation of the addition and bring back more information on the dimension of the garage doors.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And I think that takes us to site features.
Features. So this is where my notes are more lacking. But I did hear Alan say for the pergola that they did move it in so that it was outside of that 3-foot boundary. Commissioners, do we have height dimensions, materials, stuff like that?
He does have the dimensions on one of those drawings for the pergola.
We've got great staff notes on the site plan, talking about the curved retaining wall and fencing. Let's talk about that in a second. Providing fence and wall detail with dimensions, locating the pool equipment outside the fence, making sure it's screened, then making sure there's screening for the HVAC. All right, so could we go to a site plan, please, Christy, that has the curved retaining wall? All right, so on the right side of the property, I see a curved, so that's a curved wood fence. Are there any curved retaining walls that are outside of that fence?
I think it might be integrated into the pool.
Yeah.
There's a section that he did that shows a relationship from the pool to the retaining wall to the yard.
Christy, generally speaking, if there's an application for a curved wooden fence, would you staff approve that?
We have not staff approved a curved wooden fence. It usually follows the property line.
Has anyone ever requested one?
That I can remember.
Yeah.
It's just the curved nature feels incongruous to the district and feels more maybe rural in character rather than urban historic neighborhood.
Would you consider a fence like a temporary structure you need to replace every 5 or 6 years?
Yes, absolutely. Fences, they come down when new owners come in. Site features are often seen as more temporary.
Okay.
Is it this right here? Yeah. Can you turn on your mic?
Sorry.
That's okay.
I think that retaining wall with the pool and then the garden area and then the fence might be what we were looking at.
Yeah, like the fence is like a backdrop landscape
Yeah.
feature for the pool.
All right.
Because it looks like water, seating bench.
So commissioners, generally speaking, my opinion, I'm curious what your feedback is with, the curved walls inside the fence. what you're seeing from the outside is, a curved wooden fence, and we do replace fences periodically, and it could be something that's considered temporary, and I don't know, my opinion would be, PJ's is the curved fence, it's not permanent, it's easily replaced. And could be allowed.
It's not functioning like a traditional fence, really. And, oh, sorry. Sorry, it just seems like it's not functioning like a traditional fence. I mean, it is a different feature.
Yeah. Anyhow, all right, so Commissioners, again, I'm taking notes. Anyone feel strongly against the wooden fence?
No.
I mean, I don't. I think it's visible from the street. I just want to make sure I'm clear on that. It is visible from the street. And we're anticipating that it will at some point need to be replaced.
We're anticipating, well, considering that a curved fence is not something that, that it's incongruous. It's not something people were doing 80 to 100 years ago. It's a very unique design of a fence. I don't know if I've ever seen a curved fence. Maybe that's just me. So I think there's some concern there that it doesn't really fit within the context of a historic district. However, it is a wood fence. These things do get replaced. It's not going to be permanently there forever. So if the next owner wanted to make a change, it's something that could be changed.
They could do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my story and I'm sticking to it, Noel.
Yeah, I mean, I could support that. I probably have more flexibility with some of the other creative elements that they wanted that weren't seen, but.
Yep.
I agree. And then looking at our standards, there is a standard 8.6, number 5. The style, scale, and detail of a new fence should reflect the style and period of the house and or the street on which the house is located. And it goes on.
Yeah, and I know like with ADUs as an example, we have allowed a little more creativity, versus the addition, a little more contemporary flares based on the neighborhood and stuff.
Yeah.
But again, I'm sorry, I just started thinking back to the curved wall in the
Yeah.
main house. But anyhow, I digress.
So if it's functioning more as like a landscape element and it's all the way in the back, the only note that I think I had would be, it looked like the pool equipment. I have to find it, but it looks like the pool equipment was outside the fence, which that's an issue with screening
Yeah.
of equipment. So just a reminder to maybe consider that.
Yep.
I believe Alan said that that was a miss in the drawings.
Okay. And
He did
and
address
just ask
that.
that to be corrected
Yeah.
then. Yeah.
All right. My notes are still kind of breaking down on site features, but Commissioners, ready to start talking about a motion? All right, so let's do this. So I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to continue. Let me just kind of talk through some of the points so that we agree. You all can help me out with standard numbers and guidelines, stuff like that. We'll go through it and then I'll start at the top and we'll make it formal, so that Candy can get it for the record.
Sounds good.
All right. All right, so where are my notes? Hold on one second. Two, three. Okay. All right, so for the addition, we want to ensure compatibility of the curved rear wall and ensure that the fenestration is not incongruous. So I think, are we asking to take away the curved wall and have a more traditional fenestration on that rear addition? Let's be specific in our ask. It's either, I think our choices are either, if we say restudy the rear elevation, well, I mean, we've already asked for a restudy and it came back curved. So could we agree on the curve, or, let's be explicit and say, take the curve away? That's what I
I have a
would,
question. If we approve the fence and based on what Michelle just read, uh, it seems like we would be almost approving the curved wall because it's all kind of working together as one, I believe. I guess the fence is temporary in that, you could change it, but it got to be there for the pool enclosure of some sort. But anyway, that just seems like if we said, okay, you can do a curved wall, or you can't do a curved wall, but you can do a curved fence. That somehow that seems incongruent to me.
yeah. Commissioners?
I really would, ooh, I really would like to lean on the architects regarding the curved wall because it is the rear of the house. No one will see it besides those that are using it. And so I'm not bothered by it, but maybe you all can help me understand what is maybe architecturally the challenge with that being a curved wall. I think it's incredibly creative. But
I think I'd want to hear more from staff about approving modern design elements on the rear of structures, historic structures, what we have allowed in the past.
Traditionally, in the past, the rear was the opportunity to have more creativity and more modern applications. So, it is an unusual element, but I think Heather made an excellent point when she said how with the roof redesign, that a lot of this would be really contained to within the property and only visible if you were standing right there rather than, it's not something that's super visible from any direction on the street. It's playful. And so, it's up to y'all.
I think my struggle is that I don't know that we can specifically say you can do a curved wall or you cannot do a curved wall, because I think it's the sum of all of those parts on that addition. It's the roof form, it's the siding. I mean, if everything else was traditional, for example, everything else was, if all these, the roof form was simplified, the wall was simplified, I think we could all get behind potentially the shingle change. I think it's the combination of all the parts. So I don't think that we're struggling with, at least that I'm struggling with. So I don't think that we can be so specific as to say the curved wall is in or out, because I think we need the whole picture. Does that make sense?
Yep. So then, all outstanding points. So maybe the motion then for this is, approving the curved wall. We'll talk about the fenestration in a second, and then providing more detail on the transition between shakes.
But do we even have to address the curved wall if we address the items that we continued for? I mean, to Krista's point, it's all these other elements that,
No, I agree. Just for conversationally.
Okay.
Conversationally, I don't intend to mention curved wall in the motion.
Okay, that's fair.
All right, can we go to a picture of the rear elevation? I'll speed it up, commissioners, I promise.
I will say, if I could just interrupt real quickly, changing the roof form, I think, does help it a lot for me. Everything's contained under a traditional roof form. Roofs are higher up, everything's kind of concealed so that, to me, the flat roof form around the back was troublesome on the previous submittal.
So Chris, if we went back to the original, this is my reference, our original list of what the continuation. So would you take out number 3, for example? Like, would you say, which was the general roof form of the addition to be simpler in geometry? So you would say they achieved that?
Yes. And it's more in keeping with the design of the historic part of the house.
All right. Commissioners, any issues with the fenestration? Remember, this is the fenestration. The wall is curved.
I'm not quite sure what type of door that is. It looks like it might be some sort of bifold. Well, no, it looks like a double door with a fixed panel. I think it actually responds to the proportion of the single light double hung windows.
Chris, I think Alan described that as a door, an operable door with side lights when he was talking about it earlier.
Yeah, it looks like he has a double French with one side light, at least shown in this elevation. I do like the August submittals, how the lights are divided versus the single full light doors in the previous one.
Okay. All right. I'm not hearing any opposition then to the fenestration on the rear, okay? For the addition, we did have one comment about on the right elevation, that far rear window, moving it more towards the front of the house, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. Adding more material, details.
Oh, going back to the curb wall situation. Sounds like we're okay with it. I mean, from Christie's comments and some of the other comments that have been going around, I think I'm okay with it too. But we'd want to see in plan or section detail how we transition between the two siding materials.
Got it. All right, so for the addition, I've got 3 things. Section detail on how we transition between the two siding materials. It's the shakes. Material details needed, including window and doors. And fenestration on the right elevation of the addition, that far rear window needs to move more to the front. So those are the 3 things that I have on the addition.
Okay.
Did I miss anything?
The shingle detail?
Yeah, section detail on how we transition between, we'll just say cedar shingles and diamond shingles? Is that? I realize they're probably both cedar. Cedar shakes and diamond shakes? What, I mean, you guys have a better term? I'm all ears.
Square and
I
diamond.
think diamond shingles makes sense.
Square and diamond. All right. Check. Accessory building. Next.
I think for the first one, we still feel like that still needs to be restudied.
Yeah, minimize the width of the accessory structure. Needs more simplicity. So we're still at 1, 2, provide additional dimensions. document the difference in ridge height. Notes. Window trim, so I'm just looking at staff notes. I saw the blank walls. Window trim on square gable window, glass aluminum door, no door. Fish scale shingles. Window trim detail needed where a gable intersects with horizontal trim. All right, can we go to all right, so first off, fenestration. Commissioners, I know we talked about the blank wall on the right side of that ADU. Are there other, I mean, are there walls where we want them to revisit the fenestration?
I don't think that the right side of the back of the garage or the right side of the rear garage off of an alley is really a place to provide additional glass.
The proposed garage doors seem a little tall. I think I'd want a clarification on the dimension to that.
Did not have that.
And
Yeah.
I mean, they look like fire truck doors to be honest. I would want to see those more on a residential scale.
All right, so we're still with, they need to restudy the complexity of form. Is this on the roof or just the front elevation, the courtyard facing wall of the ADU? Just trying to be specific so they make sure they do everything we ask.
I think if they restudy that, it's going to impact the roofs of the entire building. So you can just kind of keep it general.
Right. Okay. All right. Site features. Ensure screening of pool equipment if outside fence. What else? Are we comfortable with the permeability calculations? Yeah, all right.
And is our tree protection plan acceptable, what they provided?
I think so. Some of whatever they were removing, they were showing what they were adding back.
And it was all ornamental.
It was ornamental, yeah.
Are we approving the general style of the fence?
Are we not? Like that.
I haven't seen any fences. I mean, I haven't seen any fences that look like this.
All right, can we go to a picture of the fence? I know I've seen more horizontal fences pop up in Wilmore.
Looks kind of diagonal,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a louver.
the louvered fence.
That's pretty
You know, maybe just ask for I think we need a elevation drawing, not just a section.
Well, we kind of get it in, yeah. Christy, what's our history on fences? Because I mean, they're not really historical. I mean, they're torn down every 10 years, so we don't have any precedent for.
They're not, and when we expanded our design standards back in 2017, we expanded them to allow, horizontal fencing because people were asking for it. Yes, it's a modern feature. Yes, it's, a modern take, but we required that it have spacing in between the boards and there be depth and dimension, but we're pretty, I mean, in all honesty, we're pretty lenient on fences simply for everything you just said.
All right, so from a site plan perspective, ensure pool equipment if outside fence is screened and the HVAC is screened and elevation drawings of the fence. Yeah, did I miss anything for site features?
No, I think that's everything.
That's it. All right, I may need a little help with standards, so I'm gonna jump back up the top. So for the addition, section detail on how we transition between the square and diamond shingles. 618 for materials.
Mhm.
And we need more detail on the materials, details, windows, doors, put that under 16 as well, or 618 as well. Fenestration, the fenestration one is 615, 6.15. You said and 16? Or just 15?
6.15.
Okay, accessory structure. Height, something about, I don't know if it's 6.20, something about, we want to document the height difference.
Is this for height is what you need or accessory?
In the standards for additions, something about limit the size, doesn't visually overpower, 6.20 number 2.
It's like about the height, wouldn't that be 810?
Oh, you're right. I was on additions. Thank you, Chris. 810.
That would be number 7.
7. Sure. And then garage doors. Ensure residential scale.
6.
Mhm.
810 number 6 for garage doors.
Okay. And standard for screening.
Oh, sorry. For height, I guess that's 3 and 7 for the garage. ADU.
Which one?
3 and 7
3 and
for
7.
height.
Okay.
Screening.
Screening for pool equipment HVAC.
8, 9,
9.
1.
Okay. And then fence. Elevation drawing of the fence.
Not 6.
Just okay. We'll just do 8.6. Okay. All right. I would like to make a motion. Finally. All right. I would like to make a motion to continue this application for the addition. Hold on, let me back up. I would like to make a motion to continue this application for the following additions. 1, per standard for materials 6.18, provides section detail on how we transition between the square and diamond shingles. Also per standard 6.18 for materials, more detail is needed on the materials, including materials and trim on windows and doors. Per standard 6.15 for fenestration, on the right elevation of the rear addition, the window on the far right needs to move more towards the front of the house. Next, for the accessory structure, restudy the complexity of form and go to a more simple design as it relates to the historic structure per standard 6.13. Minimize the width of the accessory structure as it relates to the existing house and provide additional scale reducing techniques to minimize massing on the site per standard 6.8. Provide additional details, dimensions on window trim, cornices, and siding. Per standard 8.10, number 3 and 7 for height of the ADU, please document the difference in height between the ridgeline on the ADU and the ridgeline on the main house. Garage doors, standard 8.10, number 6. Provide more information, including dimensions, on the garage doors and ensure that they are of residential scale. Next, site features. Per standard 8.9, number 1, ensure that the pool equipment, if outside the fence, is properly screened and the HVAC is properly screened. Per standard 8.6 for fencing, please provide elevation drawings of the fence and not just a cross-section.
All right, we have a motion, a motion to continue. Do we have a second?
Second.
A second by Commissioner Barth. Any discussion of the motion?
I have a question. Do we need to specify the shingles? We didn't reference the diamond shingles, the transition on the accessory structure as well, because they have that detail on there as well. Is it just assumed? Is it just assumed that we would want that for both?
Yes. Well, hold on. Let's specify.
Okay.
So you want to do a friendly amendment? I'll give you a
Sure.
standard.
Friendly amendment that they provide, I guess we'll just repeat your
Yeah, it was standard 8.18 for materials.
per standard
6.18.
6.18 for materials, provide detail of the shingle transition from shingle to diamond.
Yes. I accept that.
Amendment accepted. And Commissioner Barth, do you accept the amendment?
Yes, I do.
All right, any further discussion? Okay, let's have a roll call vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Motion to continue passes 7-0.
Okay, we're gonna circle back to agenda item number 11. And I failed to mention this at the beginning of the meeting, but agenda item number 10 is not being heard tonight because we do not have quorum for that item number. And agenda item number 16 will not be heard. The applicant deferred. And I have heard from the applicant for agenda item number 2. There is work computer WebEx access issues, and he has asked to defer as well to next month. So we only have 11, 13, 14, and 15 left this evening. So with that, Ashley Jimenez and Casey Dean, thank you. Are y'all with us? in case.
I'm here. I'm not sure if you guys can hear me.
Yes, hi Casey.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm great. So Ashley just texted me. I think she's in the process of joining. And we're having thunderstorms, and I think she's in Statesville and got
Okay.
booted off, but she should be on like either now or just momentarily. But
Okay.
I'm happy to kick things off if that'd be helpful.
Okay, Casey, have you been sworn in?
No, not that I know of.
Okay, we'll start with that then.
All right, Casey, do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give us is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, this next application is at 1817 South Mint Street, and it was continued from the July 13th meeting for a number of items listed on the page 1 and the top of page 2 of the staff memo. The revised proposal is summarized in the middle of page 2, and staff comments are on page 3. I am starting on the map, and I believe there's also some tree information. Let me pull up the agenda supplement that the applicant provided as well. So, tree information is on slide 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19 of the agenda supplement. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Casey. Casey, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Yeah, sure. So my name is Casey Dean. My address, sorry, do you want my current address or where we're seeking approval?
Your current address, please, your mailing address.
Yep. So current address is 505 East 6th Street, Unit 814, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
And I'm starting on slide 7. I believe Ashley has addressed some questions from the last meeting. There is a Heartwood email, and again, the Heartwood information is slide 15 through 19 in the supplement. Casey, where do you want to start?
Yeah. So I'm certainly not qualified to run through the whole thing.
Hold on, Casey. I think you're saved by Ashley. It looks like she
Yes.
just joined.
I think she just joined. I would say that Ashley tried to address all of the, concerns and the feedback. I know we both felt like historic really actually helped improve some of the elevations. And so we were happy with the outcome there, and hopefully it's satisfactory. And there were some adjustments that we made in terms of the height and whatnot, but Ashley can certainly run through those.
Ashley, welcome. Ashley, have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, we'll do that.
All right, Ashley, do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Ashley, and if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Yes, Ashley Jimenez, 110 Fox Den Circle, Statesville, North Carolina, 28677.
Thanks. And I have you on, I guess, slide 7 with your highlighted notes. Just let me know where you want to start, Ashley.
Very good. Yes, I will. Thank you all, first of all, for hearing this. We did hear your continuation notes. I'm going to do my best to address each one. And let's get started. So number 1, choose a stylistic expression. So we are choosing a bungalow styling. Of course, anything that's highlighted here on these sheets that you're looking at are the adjustments based on these comments. So we are doing bungalow styling. A few of the other items are addressed in here, but I think I will wait on those. What I'd like to do is, Christy, is go down to the site plan, which I believe is going to be coming up.
the next few slides. Let's see. I think somehow I'm on the wrong, okay, window. Very good. So a few of the items here. Number 3, provide rear yard calculations based on the Sanborn maps. What I did, oh, I'm sorry. Before I do that, let me address. We did push the house back on the lot. So as you're viewing it, it moved to the right of the page towards the back of the lot. We also scooted the house to the left because if you all recall, there is a 10-foot alleyway that's on the left side of the street. And given that there is that extra 10 feet of space between the new house and the existing house to the left versus all the other homes along that street, we did go ahead and push that to the left. In doing that, we needed to switch the location for the HVAC because that of course needs to fit within the setback. So we moved that to the right rear side. So it is on the right elevation, and we will do landscape screening in front of that. I have dimensioned the sidewalks and parking spaces as requested. And then the number 3 to address the rear yard calculations, because since this is new construction, all of my past calculations had been basically 0 because we're creating that new rear line. And unfortunately, I was not able to navigate that Sanborn website very easily. So what I did was I estimated, what I did was I took a line between the back of the 2 existing houses on either side of our lot, and I put an estimated rear yard line. So that runs front to back on the page, and it is, yep, it goes, it's right there, a darker dashed line, estimated rear yard line. So I use that as kind of that stopping point. If someone can help me to find out exactly where this information is, I'd be happy to update those calculations. But we do have ample space in the rear yard based on this estimate. And I think just in general, no matter where that rear yard line will be. Okay, so I think that is the site plan. I think that addresses number 2, number 3, number 4. Let's see. It also addresses number 17. Christy, I believe in the slide above this is some tree information, and we also had a document added to the supplement after the arborist was able to come out after the date of our resubmittal. So we do have 1 tree that needs to be removed. It is an 8-inch hackberry. And the surveyor drew it on the site plan by hand. And I believe there are some photos of it in the supplement as well. In addition, I believe that's the hackberry there. And then these other photos are all the trees, the rest of the trees on the lot, and they are really up against that right fence line towards the back of the yard. So we would be maintaining all of those. Here is the site plan. So he drew the hackberry where it is. These other 4, it appears that they're on the other lot. I believe they actually, thank you, Christy. I believe they actually run along that right boundary / fence line. And the builder will, of course, have tree protection around that area. The great news about that is it's really, those trees really are not on the side of any access point. The access point is going to be on the alleyway side, which is on the left. So I think just in general positioning of the existing trees that would remain, the 4 that would remain, their location helps to protect them. but the builder will also provide tree protection. Okay. I believe that addresses number 18. Okay, Christy, before we go to the elevations, can we go back up to the highlighted document? And I just want to show some items for finishes. So in this document, we don't have to look at all of this, every specific area, but doors and windows, I want to address that. The front and side doors will be wood. So I have made that indication. That is number 10. I've also noted, it was already in here, but just to address number 11, the windows will be a simulated true divided light, and that was already noted in here in that same paragraph with where it says doors and windows. Wood, or it says wood, the windows will be wood or aluminum clad double hungs with simulated divided light 6/1 grid pattern. The other piece was in the porch. I did deepen the porch to 8 feet from 7 feet. So we will see that in the plans as well. Of course, it's shown on the site plan. So that addresses number 13. Okay. Most of these are going to be addressed on the elevations with the massing and the height. Provide material specifications. So number 19 and number 9, they are addressing the thickness of the lap siding. So that's where I have noted it here in materials, that the siding is a 1/2 inch thick, cementitious smooth finish, Nichiha Savannah to mimic wood siding with a 5.5 inch exposure, 2x4 corner boards with minimum 1/4 inch thickness than the siding for a proper reveal. And we did work with the staff on that to get that language in there properly. I do also want to address another note about making sure the brick foundations are to remain unpainted. Number 7 is addressed in that same paragraph, first sentence. Okay, so I think this is where we get to height and massing. So if we can look, yes, this paragraph right here. One more page down, Christy. Yes. Okay. So we did lower the height of our roof line, and we did a study of the immediate area, kind of that 360-degree view we talked about at the last meeting. And there's a challenge with this property is there's not many historic residential single-family homes in our immediate 360-degree view. So we also have new construction, which I know you guys don't necessarily look at for height for our last conversation. We have empty lots and we have multifamily and UR zonings around us, which I know we can't use those. So for height reference, it only made sense to go up the block, the 1900 block of South Mint Street. So Christy, may we go to, I believe I provided some additional, let's see, the Zoutwell. Yeah, and can we just look at the one above that, Christy? Yeah, that guy. That's just a good overview. It's a quick map off of the GIS, but that just shows where our lot is compared to what is around us. Empty lots across the street, new construction across the street, and then multifamily behind. So we'll be looking at this block of 1900 South Mint Street. And let's take a look at that. So Christy had sent me these and which ones are historic. So going along the same side as our street up 1900, we do have a max height of 25.5 feet from grade to ridge. Now that is from the lowest grade, of course, to the ridge, but that is kind of, you know, the highest that I see along there. And then there is one more up higher. It faces the other street, so we didn't utilize that at all, facing Woodcrest. So this would be one exhibit. And then the next,
just confirming that you're talking about 1923 South Mint.
You are correct, yes. Thank you. And then on this other one, and based upon a commissioner's recommendation last time, we are utilizing number 1904 with the height. And does that give us a height exactly from grade? Oh, 706 to 725. So 22 feet, I believe is what that is, if I did my math correctly. So those are the two kind of exhibits, and kind of looking at South Mint Street as kind of those two, the block the new house is on, and then this 1900 block. So those are the reasonings behind our, that was the study we did, and the reasonings behind what we did to the elevations to hopefully meet your requirements. So if we go to the next drawing or slide, it shows the proposed home on the survey, on the street elevation survey. So that is loaded in here. And then Christy, may we keep going? Okay. So on our elevations, so we have quite a few of these that need to address this. Number 5, number 6, number 12, number 16. And so what we did is we did drop the height of these. We also did a study on the HVAC that would be required. So we did need to thicken up the floor system between the main level and upper level, given the tightness of the roof being a story and a half. So we did have to add 4 inches to that floor system to allow the HVAC to go through there. So we lowered it more, and then we had to add 4 inches back to it. So the two gables, the ridges are lower, the front ridge being at 21 feet 8 inches, and the rear left to right ridge being 23 feet 10 inches. I also lowered the header height of the front facing gable window, as well as change both the horizontal and vertical dimension of that window, so that it is both a smaller window than the main level, as well as it maintains the rectangular patterning that the grid pattern on the window and the upper sash creates. I also made that front porch 8 feet deep. Let's see. On this left elevation, so the windows were a big piece here. So again, the upper level windows are smaller in both width and height than the main level windows. We also, and repeating that rectangular pattern in the grid and the top sash. We also took out the step down. I don't know if you all remember, but we started at a 9-foot ceiling at the main level at the front of the house, and then we were going to step down to 10. And what that was then requiring was a longer window in the back so that it felt proportionate from the interior. The client approved to just go with a 9-foot ceiling through the main level, which allowed us to shorten those main level windows as well and create a more consistent rectangular grid pattern through the main level. I did lower the height of the, I believe I did, of the double window at the gable, just a little bit per a comment that I heard last time. And then I think the biggest thing I'd like to point out is the dormer that's to the upper level behind this gable. That is not a coplanar dormer or coplanar wall. It does set back on both sides. It is symmetrical. So it is a dormer feel, and it is a dormer. It does not coplanar on any of the walls. So the left, right, or rear wall, it does step in. The other thing on this dormer we did was raise the pitch of the roof and lower the plate height to change the proportion above between the eave line and the header of the window on the dormer. We had a 9-foot ceiling upstairs. Previously, we dropped that to an 8-foot ceiling to allow for that proper proportion and a higher roof pitch that will allow for asphalt shingles. Thank you, Christy. Okay, this is the rear elevation. Again, we shrunk the upper level window to be smaller than the main level window. You can see the higher roof pitch and lower plate height on the dormers. Again, those are not coplanar. Just looking to see if there was anything else here to address. I don't believe this elevation had much to address on it. The windows on the main level did also change in sizing. On the right side here, very much all of the same items that we talked about, the upper level windows being smaller, the proportion between the dormer windows and the eave line being reduced, the pitch of that dormer being raised. And then on all of these elevations, noting those finishes that were also noted in the summary letter, like the size of the trim and the siding. In addition, the client took extra effort and commissioned a rendering to be completed, a 3D rendering superimposed on the site as you requested. Here it is. So, you know, sight lines, proportion, kind of the perspective of it. It's hard to get just exactly right when you're superimposing something, but I think the renderer did a pretty good job depicting the design we put together and how it would fit in here. So that is one angle, and we do have a... Actually, the one thing I was going to point out that I kind of noticed, the rendering's not perfect. I think that back gable is more visible than our actual plan will have it, because it steps back, and this was just a bit of a fire drill and having the rendering done in time for submission. And Got so it. we really didn't have, you know, enough time to get it perfect. So if anything, I think that back portion will be less visible than what's illustrated there. I don't know if that helps her case or not, but it's just something that I noticed. Okay, thank you. Okay, so the next slide addresses some of the other items. Okay. Item number 14 with the porch columns. So you have a porch detail right there, Christy. Yep. We have the column to soffit beam to overhang. That is taken care of there. I do also on this sheet have a railing detail, but with our lessening the height of the house, part of that came out of the foundation as well. And so we almost positively will not have any railing, but I did include a railing detail. It was included last time as well, actually.
Hey, Ashley, do you have the dimensions of the column?
I do. I sure do.
I think the commission will want to know that. So just keep that in mind, hold that in mind for future.
Okay. Yes, they are labeled on the floor plan, the size of them. And they are 12 by 12 on the wrapped column portion, and then with a masonry stool below that. And the masonry stool is 2 feet by 2 feet. So you'd have a 6-inch or a, 6-inch reveal on each side around the bottom of the column where it sits on the masonry stool. Okay. The other item on these details is the closed slope boxing on a bungalow roof detail or cornice detail versus an open rafter tail. So we did a study around the neighborhood. It is the client's preference due to maintenance and cost to do a sloped soffit. So what we did was we found some examples in the neighborhood, some of which are renovated, some of which are new, but those are all the examples here. All but one of these examples show the sloped soffit having the finish underneath the rafter, as well as it continuing that way from not only the overhang, but where the roof and the wall connect. The bottom example shows a new construction that was sloped from the overhang to the wall, and then at the wall, it transitioned to a flat soffit. That is not necessarily our ideal condition. We would like more of that bungalow look. So we are requesting more like the top 3 slides, but it did look like maybe this one had been approved by the commission more recently. And if, that was your preference to have a flat soffit, we could have that discussion. Okay. I believe that's gone over every single one of the items, but I'd be happy to answer any questions or address any items I might have missed.
Okay. We don't have any unknown callers, but we do have a neighbor who has signed up to speak about this project. Can we go there?
Sure.
Okay. Hi, Justin.
Hey,
How are you?
doing well. How are you all doing?
Good, thanks. Thanks for joining us tonight. Justin, have you been sworn in?
No, I have not.
Okay, we're gonna do that first.
All right, Justin, do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give us is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Okay, Justin, and if you would just state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Sure. It's Justin Bell. It's 1829 South Mint Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
Thanks, Justin. Feel free to proceed with your comments.
I really don't have any. I'm just listening because I might want to also one day, expand on my house. So I'm just, listening to, I guess, listen. 2 things though I do have is, what were the addresses that were used for the reference for the height?
Yeah, I think they used, I know I confirmed the one. It was 1923 South Mint. And Ashley, I'm not sure what the one was.
Yeah, it's on that next sheet, and it is the second from the right. 1904.
I think that one's only like 18 feet tall.
Grade says 703.5 almost, and the ridge says 72.7. So if I do the math right, that's 22 feet.
I measured to first level. My bad.
Okay.
Yep. Thanks.
Okay, yeah, because I thought I heard someone say that one was like 25 feet tall, and I mean, I just didn't realize it was that tall. So that's why I just wanted for clarification. And then the other thing, just for clarification, because I know it was spoken about, and I understand that it was a, quick to get it in for the time to get it to make this month's meeting. The 3D rendering, just want to note that, how it shows the, I guess, massing is the word that you guys use. Just want to make sure that everyone understands that that doesn't show the 10-foot the 10-foot alleyway. So it's more centered on the entire lot, including the 10. So, just want to make sure when it's looking at the massing in the reference of that kind of drawing, that it's closer to the taller duplex or whatever that house is and farther away from 1821. And I understand that it was probably, just trying to get quickly in there and everything, and it is just a 3D rendering, but I know it was requested last month and it was in here for this one, and it was comments were made on it. But I just want to make sure that when we are talking about massing, just in case when someone says, hey, it doesn't look like what it's going to be, it's I guess it's just more centered on the entire lot, including the 10 feet, and not just the regular lot. But those are the only two comments that I have.
Thanks, Justin. That's very astute. Picking up on that the spacing is going to be a little different here. Thank you so much for that. I think that's all we have.
All right.
Did any of the commissioners have questions for Justin or Ashley? Ashley, okay.
Yep, go ahead, Commissioner.
Ashley,
Yes.
a great job on how you. And Ashley, really great job on how you highlighted in yellow and showed how you answered our ask from the last meeting. So great job on that. It was really easy and really clear to map what you had done and how you had answered ask. So, I mean, thank you for that. I know you've been in here before and you always do a great job of being incredibly clear.
Thank you.
As incredibly clear on how you're adjusting and how your project adjusts and meets our guidelines. So thank you. So keep doing that.
Thank you.
A couple questions. Can we go, I want to talk setback. Can we go to somewhere that shows the setback?
Yes.
That's slide 11.
Slide 11.
Let's see. It's hard to read, so I'm gonna zoom way in on the front here. It's real small right here. This 37.3 is to the front porch of the
That, oh yes.
and then 50. What's the 54.3 to, Ashley?
That is to the next portion of that house kind of has the porch and then the heated thermal wall, and that's to the thermal wall.
And that's because it's on this sort of curve.
The curve.
All right, so it's about, so that house is sitting about 5 feet proud of that neighbor. Okay, got it. And then if we go up and look the setback with the other neighbor, and obviously I get that there's an alleyway there.
29.6 it looks like.
Okay.
And it looks like Ashley's house is 42 feet 2 to like that front thermal wall and front start of the front porch.
All right, so 11, 12 feet proud. So actually, I mean, when you're thinking, I know that curve makes it kind of challenging. Just, being conscious that, we want that house to kind of sit in between and not too proud of lot 27, if you will. Is there any flexibility to push that house back towards the rear yard a little?
So we do have some flexibility. Let me just look here, kind of how we kind of determined what that dimension should be. And yes, so if I take the front of the house on the left and the front porch of the house on the right, the most forward portion of it, and I draw a line kind of basically right down the middle, kind of what is that difference? And it's right down the middle of it. It would look like we would need
And again, it may be, it may be fine. That curve is just optically throwing it off for me.
I think it is, and I think the other piece of missing information that the commission usually likes to see is Justin's house, because these are really on the curb and the curb straightens out right here, right? So making sure that the stepping along the curve is right, and I think just having that information would be
Yeah.
helpful.
What
Yeah.
specific information?
The house on the corner, their setbacks, so because it shows
Oh.
how they fall in the curve, right? Because
Mhm.
it straightens out right here. It
Yep.
kind of starts right here, but yeah, I think if you show that, and I mean, I'm speaking for the commission, so commissioners, if I'm off track, let me know. But then you can see the difference between these two and these two as it follows the curve and make your case for why you placed it where you did.
Thank you. That's helpful. Maybe we look at the slide that shows the GIS. It was down where we were talking about height.
Okay.
Yeah, right there. That gives you kind of at least a bird's eye view of what's happening on the lot on the corner that Christy's speaking of, and kind of that general spacing.
Yeah, that's a good point. Again, I mean, optically, it looks like there's a lot more distance between the setback of Justin's house and the house beside it. And that may justify the location of where the house stands today.
Mhm, mhm. The short answer is we do have flexibility and we'd be happy to work with you all to get it right.
Okay. Thank you. Next question is, can we go to where you calculated the rear yard permeability calculations?
Yep.
So showed that here. And Ashley, I'm happy to
Got it.
look up.
Okay, so
more
right
stuff
there it
for
is,
you.
right there.
Thank you.
Estimated rear yard. Okay. All right, so that was the line that was the line that was snapped for the calculation. Okay.
Correct.
Got it. Moving on. Thank you. I think you mentioned this before, but are any trees being removed?
Yes, one tree will be removed. This is an 8-inch. I had never heard of this tree before.
Yeah, it's okay. It's smaller than 10, so. you're good.
Okay.
Yep, no, Roger, thank you. Screening, HVAC screening. What do you intend to use to screen?
Some evergreens or a evergreen. They are kind of tucked in behind a bump out in the wall. So it is kind of tucked in there and screened. Let me see what that dimension is. It looks to be about 2 feet. With the difference in the wall, let's see. So since they're tucked in there, 2 feet of it is covered up by a bump out of the roof and the wall. So we will just have some landscaping kind of in that side yard right there.
Okay. All right, thank you. Couple more and I'm done. The soffits, are your soffits gonna be fiber cement or wood?
They would ideally be fiber cement painted, since the rest of the home would also have a fiber cement finish, including the columns, all the trim, the siding. The only thing that is real wood on the house would be the 2 doors.
Christy, I know we approved cementitious siding. Are we approving cementitious soffits, trim?
Typically, we
detail?
require those to be wood. Columns, we've allowed to be like MirrorTech wrapped and painted.
Okay.
But typically trim details are wood.
Okay. Okay.
So we would be open to discussing another finish on that. I personally had a tongue and groove wood soffit finish on my last personal home, and the look is just so elevated. Now we will have that same tongue and groove wood finish on the porch ceilings. So I can kind of chat with the client and the contractor and see what they would be open to considering.
If it's something the commission has never approved before, we ask for samples. So
Okay, and what would be a finish that has been approved for overhangs like this? A true wood tongue and groove or a bead board?
yeah, wood, I think, V-groove.
Mm-hmm.
Approved. But if you want something different, then you can give us a sample of that product and what the finish looks like.
I think we would end up choosing a finish that you all have approved.
Okay.
Okay. I'm good. Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Commissioner Lineberger?
Hi, Ashley.
Hi.
Christy, could you pull up the site plan again, please? This is how my site plan looks on my, isn't this strange? Oh dear. Isn't that funny?
Nice.
It was the only thing in my entire packet that just was completely lined. I know, very strange. I just wanted to ask about I see the parking area in the rear next to the alley.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to ask about, is that a drive going back to that, or is the plan to use the alley?
The plan is to use the alley.
Okay. And then also the walkway in the front, that just, especially, and I know that it wasn't exactly right because Justin pointed that out, that the 3D the superimposed 3D that showed it didn't show the alley. But that walkway looked really wide in that, especially in that elevation. And I was just curious about that.
Mm-hmm.
The reason that you're proposing that it's that wide, because that's wider than what you would typically see on a Craftsman house, I think.
Sure. I think we are open if there is a typical walkway width that you would prefer, and then we can flare out at the stairs. We'd be happy to accommodate that. This is just the width of the front stairs, so I just continued that width.
Okay. So you'd be open to changing that?
Yes.
Okay. I think that was it for now. I think Commissioner Henningsen touched on the other questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant? If not, we can, go ahead, Commissioner Waldron.
Ashley, can I ask you about the soffit heights on the house itself?
Sure.
So you did a great job at reducing overall volume and scale and addressing some of the slopes and proportions and pitches. But I think that this might be different than what you presented last time. And there's 3 different soffit heights that you have shown on the design. And I was just wondering if that was done for a particular reason when you laid it out, but the front part has 1 soffit height, then you have the bump out behind the door that has a different soffit height, and then the gable in the back has again another soffit height.
Mm-hmm. So really so some of it is based on the width of the space that's being covered by the roofs, and then needing the height for the upper level. So the rear eave line is higher to get the space we need upstairs to accommodate a higher pitch on the dormer. So that is the reasoning why the rear one is higher. The others, I could definitely, so I could get that to match up the front eave And, you know, the front eave is set on a 9 foot, 1.5 inch plate plus a, like a 2x6 ceiling joist plus a plate on top of that. So that has about a 7-inch knee wall. So that is what's creating the eave height on the front. As it goes around to the bump outs on the left and right elevations, if it is preferred to have that eave line drop down a little bit to match the eave line on the front, we should be able to accomplish that.
Christy, is that something that you usually pay attention to? Are soffit heights, continuity of soffit heights and things, something to?
It's part of massing. Yeah. With the y'all.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant before we close for the deliberation? All right, we'll close for deliberation.
So from a setback perspective, Christy, are you comfortable if the applicant provides staff with a setback diagram that includes that missing house, and we say as long as this house is within plus or minus 5% or 10% of whatever it is?
I think that's fine. I think you would need to give me a specific direction that what my leeway is.
Are you looking for feet or percentage? Or just depth in the middle, plus or minus? In the middle, if the house is situated, it's not really in the middle.
Sorry. I can do either percentage or feet. You would just have to give me a range that's acceptable to you.
Okay.
Um,
Because my preference would be to give you a range or a foot, just so that we don't have to continue it for them to come back on a setback diagram.
right.
And
And I think
provided there's no other issues.
yeah, I think the telling dimension is between the front
Yep.
corner here and the front corner here,
Agreed.
and then this corner here and that corner here. And
Agreed.
that it's a proportional step.
Okay.
And as always, if it's not something I feel that I can staff approve or that I'm overstepping, we'll bring it back to y'all.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioners, I had a couple things. I don't want to hog the session though, so I don't know if others have stuff.
Nope, I think you're
Cover.
good.
All right, so the items that I'm comfortable with an approval with conditions, one was the setback being proportionally situated between X and Y. The other was materials, making sure that they use staff approvable materials for trim, soffits, columns, siding, doors, and windows. Site plan, width, making sure we maintain the historic patterns with the width of the walkway in the front and the side of the house, and then documenting that on the site plan that the HVAC screening is evergreen. I wasn't sure if there was anything else. I'm always missing something. Come on, Heather, I see you.
Well, there's a window height variation on the right side of the house, and I'm assuming that that was just a revision transition. I think that's
Didn't notice that.
there. So some of the windows are moved down and some of them are up, and I think that's when she changed the ceiling heights and such, but I would like to make sure that there's a consistency between the windows and the soffits, and
I think this is a bump out.
they should still be the same height.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, that's on the,
Right elevation.
do we need to open it up to ask if there's some rationale? Don't have to.
We can.
Delay us.
I don't,
We can open so they can ask the applicant a question. Ashley?
Yes. Hi. Okay, so to address the reasoning behind this. So really it has to do with the proportion on the bump out to the right. So the triple window over the kitchen sink. Thank you. The bump out there, we do have a detail on the detail page as well, but basically the look you get when you drop that down creates a lot more height between the top of those windows and that eave line. And because it's all trim around there, it just felt like the proportions would be too much to drop that header height. This felt proper. It is a unique window application on the entire house, so it is unique unto itself while still maintaining the same grid pattern, casement windows to look like double hungs, etc. But the proportions felt better this way. If we were to drop it, it would drop 1 foot 4 inches. So if you can imagine, you know, that trim gets significant and almost requires us to move into a siding application in that amount of height. And then with that thinking, just being consistent on this elevation as well on the bump out, kind of the smaller portion that protrudes towards us. On both the exterior and the interior spaces connect. Doesn't mean we can't drop the single window, and if you guys are good with keeping the triple window up higher, I'd be open to that, but that's the reasoning behind the heights.
Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you.
All right, any questions before we reclose for deliberation? All right.
I have one more. I have one more also, Ashley, on the windows
Yes.
on the left elevation.
Mhm.
Did you consider the two windows that are presented as single windows to the left of that gable on the second? Yes. Did you consider those being a double also?
No, those are in 2 separate rooms.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Heather, did that explanation on the windows, does that require, is there a suggestion or something in the motion?
I'm going to reclose.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Heather, that explanation on, I forget which side it was. Is there the right side elevation at the bump out? Thoughts?
I understand why she did it from a architectural standpoint, but I also feels inconsistent. So, but I don't know.
And that's going to be highly visible on that curve. The right side. Okay. So we have 2 options. We could ask them to come back with a restudy of the fenestration on that right side of the bump out. Or we can be very specific as to what change we would like to see.
I think I'm approaching it more from a design standpoint, so I don't know where my boundaries are.
Yeah. Me either. Makes 2 of us. Krista?
May I ask a question? Can we talk about these, I know that Ashley said they are not coplanar, these dormers, but we typically have not, they certainly appear to be coplanar, and just, there seems to be just a little difference. Haven't we typically required like a?
I think there's a pretty big difference if you look at the rear.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to ask for that dimension, it looks like it might be close to 12 inches. We usually do 6 to 12.
Do 6 to 12 there. I'm sorry. I probably am not
That's
being very clear. I'm talking about at the top, at the ridge,
You're talking right
where
here?
the dormer.
Oh, right here.
Yes.
Yes, we have talked about, they address that with how tight they are and that they're pulling the ridge vent off of the main ridge. Because the reason we do that is to prevent that condition of the ridge vent, like having that bump
Right.
on the main ridge. And so when it's been tight like this, we have allowed that ridge vent to be held off.
We just have typically struggled with that.
We have.
Detail before.
so true. It's so true.
I just wanted to bring it up to see if anyone else thought that seemed off.
And you're talking like right here, right?
Yep.
How everything all kind of
Yes.
meets.
Yes.
Yeah. Usually we ask them to drop it. Just, it looks like it's dropped, but you can make that part of your condition. 4 to 6 inches is what we usually say.
What we usually have said in the
Yeah.
past. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
On the windows.
I mean, I agree with Heather's observation. I think it's a good catch. I don't know, the sill on both the bay window and the scullery seem a little high. I would like to see some consistency across there. I think that kind of, in the scullery window, it's probably probably an easier task to move that down. For the bay window, I think it kind of, as Ashley was describing, it kind of destroys the language of that eave condition. So, I don't know if we can have staff approve that general form, and if it seems problematic, come back with it.
Yeah, you can say this single window header height needs to match the header heights of the rest of the windows, recognizing that the bay is a different architectural element and so is detailed out differently.
Okay. Yeah, I think if that scullery window comes down, I would feel comfortable with that. I still feel the bay windows are high, but again, back to your point, Christy, it's a unique element on that elevation.
So we're seeing all 4 aligned header heights on all 4 of those windows there?
Just the one on the left, the single window. The bay window can stay high and engage with the roof.
It's the single window. How would you describe it? Line header height of a single
Scullery window.
Scullery.
Yeah. On the right elevation.
Can I throw out one more idea? Can we just adjust the header heights on all of the windows so that they're I think there's a compromise between the height that she had them at and the height that she has them at now.
Oh, on all the windows?
Windows.
Bring them all up to 8 feet?
7.6 is standard for a 9-foot ceiling height. In most historic houses, they would go.
You can. I think they were that way on the previous
She had them higher, yeah.
application.
I say that. I think she did, but I'm not sure.
We can check. We have last month's as well.
Most historic houses, the front doors weren't 6'8" tall. They were, random
7
sizes
feet,
because they were
yeah.
custom. So the header heights are typically set between 7'2" and 7'6".
Heather's
Which- yeah.
absolutely right. They were different
Yeah,
last month, and these windows were also a little taller.
which that looks more proportionate. But I know that she adjusted them because she changed other things.
Well, if this is what you want,
Yeah, I
you
think-
can slide 33 with the window placement on the wall and direct her to work with staff to more make sure that the new elevation better aligns with how the window locations are on slide 33.
Yeah, Chris?
I think we'd have to do that across the whole house.
Okay.
And we'd need to be careful that we're all four sides of the house, and we'd have to be careful that we're not running into any eave conditions
Yes.
or, conflicts with different things. And, I think we should be good everywhere. Just on the main floor.
Just on the main floor. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And it would be 30, 32, and 33 from the July submittal on the first level.
Do we want to give them an exact head dimension? 7'6", 7'2"?
On here, I mean, I see Heather's point, but I think giving an exact dimension maybe gets a little too far into designing things.
Somebody give standard. From the height of your ridge line, 6 inches, than a standard penetration.
613 is roof form.
Say again?
613, 6.13.
And while we're looking up that fenestration standard, are we comfortable that we've got front, rear, and porch column dimensions? And a porch cross-section, roof to foundation?
It wasn't in the packet, that's why I asked her about it.
Okay.
I think that you just need
add
a
it.
full section. She verbally shared.
Okay,
It just ends, it needs to be down to the foundation.
got it. Okay. I've got that from staff notes.
Fenestration is 6.15.
Okay.
And I don't know if you have for walkway.
Yeah,
8.2.
8.2, number 2.
Yes.
Got it. All right. I'd like to make a motion to approve this application with the following conditions. 1, setback, standard 7.4. The house needs to be proportionally situated by plus or minus 10% between the two neighboring houses on the right between the applicant's house and West Worthington. Next, materials per standard 6.18. Use staff approvable materials for trim, soffits, columns, siding, doors, and windows. Please document the front and rear porch column dimensions. Please provide a full porch section from roof to foundation and label the front porch depth on the plans. Next, site plan. Per standard 8.2, number 2, for the front and side walkways, please retain the same historic design patterns. Work with staff to use historically accurate width for both the front and side walkways. Per standard 8.9, number 1, please, on the site plan, please document the screening material, the evergreen screening material to be used. Next, roof lines. Per standard 6.13, please drop the rear ridge line that ties into the side gable 4 to 6 inches so that there's not a bump with the ridge vent. Next, fenestration per standard 6.15. Align header height to what was documented on slides 32 and 33 in the July submission for just the first floor.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's have a roll call vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Ashley.
So I have another announcement. Item number 14 has decided to defer until September. So we only have number 13 and number 15 left, but I would like to ask for maybe a 10-minute break before we finish up with the last two cases. Okay? Yeah. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I just want to announce that we are reconvening with application number 13, and that Commissioner Lineberger has recused for this application. So, Connor, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, Connor. Has anyone else joined you?
Yeah, I believe our team from Klein should be on.
Okay, so Steve and Orlando and Sheldon.
Correct. Yes, can you hear us?
Hi, yes. Have y'all been sworn in?
We have not. I have not.
Okay, we'll do that first.
Christy, I have a question. I know that once the clock starts, if we start this case, that they lose a month. Swear to, okay. All right. Okay. All right. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, we do. Do.
All right.
Now that they're sworn, I will defer to your question. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I was just looking at this and looking at the application checklist, and there's quite a bit of foundational information that we usually get with an application that's not provided. And I really don't want them to be penalized to go through us to hear the case, and then the clock starts and they lose that time. So would it be better if we gave the applicants an opportunity to provide the information versus hearing the case today? I'm not sure.
Sure. So, your options are to have a bit of a discussion amongst the commissioners. If your first step is determining, is the application complete? And do you have enough information to hear the application? So if you wish to have that discussion first amongst the commission, I would suggest that. Depending on how you decide, if you decide, yes, we want to hear it, then you're right, the clock will start for the 180 days, the 6 months, and it looks like the required decision date would then be February 6th. If you decide that the application is incomplete and you don't have enough information to make a decision or a determination, then you can postpone the hearing and you can say, we don't have enough information, we're not going to hear this case tonight, and when cases aren't heard, that 180-day clock doesn't start.
Okay. So commissioners, I'm not sure how you guys feel, but that was just my initial reaction. Do you guys feel like we have enough information to go ahead and hear this?
I'm concerned that these multifamily projects, especially ones this large, take so many, they get continued so many times, and every minute of time is needed.
Right.
And I would hope, for the applicant's sake, that they would agree and that it's in their best interest that we don't hear it today. That's my opinion.
Great point, PJ. Other commissioners, do you have any feedback, similar opinion, different?
I'm thinking the reasoning behind this application and the level of complexity that's shown is a response to the size and scope of this project. We don't see many like this. So I think what they're probably trying to do is make sure they're on the right track to providing that next level of detail. That being said, a lot of the information provided here, apart from maybe the height, I would imagine we've seen already in the workshops and things. So I don't know that a lot's going to come out of this meeting based on what's provided.
Okay. Commissioner Whitlock, I know you're not in the room, but I want to make sure we hear from you. Any thoughts on whether you feel we have enough to proceed or if we should hold off?
Well, based on what I'm hearing from the other commissioners and not having gone through one like this, I would have to think there's some wisdom to what's being suggested. So that would be my decision, I believe.
Okay, thank you. So Christy, it's sounding like given how much time these types of projects typically take or need, in the level of information that we do have right now, I'm not sure it's in the applicant's best interest for us to actually start the clock or hear the case. So is there something formal that we need to do?
I believe we call from, do they have to motion that it's incomplete and that they don't want to, that's not going to be considered tonight?
Okay.
Sorry. Right, it's not considered a deferral or continuance. I mean, it almost is, it's not a continuance, it's almost like you're deferring it because of its incomplete status.
Okay.
And you can cite, of course, the staff memo
Mm-hmm.
and the checklist. And, you know, it's always their option if they are looking for direction, like Chris Barth said, you know, come to a workshop instead, but a higher level of detail is probably needed for full review.
Okay. So commissioners, do we have anyone that would like to make that motion based on what Christy just suggested? I don't believe I can, or can I?
I'd like to make a motion to defer this application because the application is incomplete, and to please reference the application checklist and the staff memo for details on what elements are missing.
All right, we have a motion. Do have a second?
Second.
And we have a second. Any discussion on the motion? All right. All right, well, let's do a roll call vote. Commissioner Barr,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
and Commissioner Hawkins. Yes. Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, our next application is, again, number 14 has voluntarily deferred to September. And our next application is number 1525 Merriman Avenue. Alec, Baxter, and Natalie, are you with us?
Yes. Can you hear me? This is Baxter.
Hi, Baxter.
Hi, I'm on too. This is
Okay.
Natalie.
Hi, Natalie. Is Alec joining you?
Yes, Alex, I'm there.
Okay. Have y'all been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay. Need to swear them in. Is that okay?
Let the record show
Yeah.
Commissioner Lineberger has returned.
Thank you. Yes, good catch. Do you need to recuse? Okay, well, let's, yeah.
All right.
Do you have a disclosure before we start?
I have a disclosure before we start. I was contacted by the applicant regarding having an application that was coming up. We didn't discuss anything specific. We just know each other through a mutual party. And I just wanted to be, you know, for the record that that did happen. And I did advise them to work with staff for further direction.
Is that the extent of your conversations and advice?
Yes.
And just does any of the other commissioners have any questions for the chair regarding her communications or her relationship with the applicant? Any objection to her participation? Okay. Hearing none, I think you're good. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Natalie?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, this next application is for an addition and front porch changes at 1525 Merriman Avenue. They are proposing to add a second-story addition and front porch changes and window changes. The height of the existing house is 19.6 feet as measured from grade to ridge, and the new addition will increase the height to approximately 28.9 feet. All materials are traditional to match existing, and the building currently has replacement windows on the front, right, and left elevations, and they're vinyl replacements that the applicant is proposing to change with new aluminum clad wood. And the original front door still is in place, and it's proposed to be replaced with a new craftsman style door. The applicant did provide post-construction rear yard permeability calculations as part of the agenda supplement. Let me switch over to that. Okay. It is on slide 32 of the supplement, and it looks like they're only adding 215 square feet to the rear yard because most of the volume is on the second level. So it'll be 6% post-construction. With that, I'm going to turn the project over to the applicants. Applicants, if you would state your names and your addresses for the court reporter, please.
Yes, I'll start. Baxter Stevenson, 1525 Merriman Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
Natalie Corsick, 4452 York Forest Lane, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28211.
Did you catch that? Okay, the court reporter didn't catch that, Natalie. Could you please repeat your address and spell your last name?
Yeah, it's Natalie Corsick, Korsik. The address is 4452 York, Yoruk, Forest Lane, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28211.
Thank you.
Okay. Alex Saitong, Studio One Eye Architecture, 605 East Inner Street, Suite 2506, Salisbury, North Carolina, 28144.
And I've started on slide 5, which is your project details description. So let me know where you'd like to go.
Thank you, Chrissy. I'll get us started. This is Baxter. Just want to say first and foremost, thank you for having us here. We're glad we're able to make it in on time. So we'll try to make it as efficient as possible on our end. But wanted to let everybody know, my background, I grew up around construction. My dad's a contractor back in the Raleigh-Durham area. Grew up around historic homes. Have a love and appreciation for it. So I'm really excited about this project. And Natalie and I are getting married in November. We love Wilmore. We want to make it our permanent home. So, this project will allow us to do that. So on to the project details. We are basically expanding the current house from a one-story American small house, as you mentioned earlier, Christy, that was built in 1946, into a basically a 1.5 to 2-story rear addition home, making it look, 1 story in the front with dormers. So proposal is to add 3 dormers on the front, extend the front porch, relocate the front steps to give it a better look and fit in better with the street, make it more functional, add on the second story rear addition and make the changes, as you mentioned, with the windows. So the height change is pretty significant. We realize that, but the line of sight, and you'll see this when Alec goes through his portion of the presentation here, proposed height visible from line of sight from the sidewalk is 23.6. And again, you'll see that. And from the road, it's 27.6. So we tried to keep that in mind as much as possible to try to restrict that view and not make it, too large. So all materials will be original per the HDC standards. And we are ready to go on to the next slide. So here's the house, 1525. Did my best to highlight it with the red markings there. So as you can see, a little bit of an outlier on the streetscape in comparison with the neighbors. So that is the reason why we feel like we have some justification to go up, because it will fit in with the streetscape. It should not stand out. It should, in fact, fit in. We'll go on to 7, please, Christy. So here's the existing front conditions. Our dog Darcy wanted to make an appearance here, and I guess you can use him a bit for scale if you want. But you can see the front conditions here. Did do a renovation, interior renovation during COVID. Ripped off the vinyl on the outside. Found the wood to be in fairly decent shape. Had to replace some, but kept everything within the original parameters of the house. Move on to the next slide, please. Number 8. So existing conditions on the right side. And number 9, please. And here's on the left. And then number 10 will show the rear. So as you can see, the lot actually slopes down from the rear towards the front. So you can kind of see that with the foundation, and you'll see that too in the site plans that Alec's going to show. So we'll move on to 11 just to show the general houses around the adjacent homes. So here they are here. A couple you guys I know have seen, and a couple of other submissions. And we'll move on to number 12. And this is the existing site plan, if there are any questions about that. So there is an alleyway in the back that I guess, it could be noted. Right now it's not developed, and it's mainly just brush. And now I'll hand it over to Alec to go through the proposal here. Thank you.
Hi everyone, Alec here. So on the proposed site plan, you can see in the site plan itself the addition in the gray area. We have the front porch addition. We're extending to that front porch and creating a little.
Alec, you are garbled and breaking up. Can you?
Ooh, it's not
Yeah.
good.
You,
Let's see here. How about now?
let's try it.
How about now? Okay. Okay. So on the site plan, you can see the great area for the addition, very minor addition. We have front porch that's added on, essentially making it uniform across, and then continuing the roof line over that. And in the back, we have the L-shaped addition. Again,
Hi, Alec.
Yes.
Alec, I'm not sure what device you're using, but you're kind of going in and out, and it's a little difficult for the court reporter to hear you.
Oh boy. That's,
Can you change the devices or use a handheld device?
let me, maybe I can, I'm not sure the other computer's any better. Let me try the other computer. I'm gonna put this on mute. Give me a second here.
Yeah, Alec, you can also try and call in too if you want to.
That might be better.
Yeah.
Okay. What, let me find that call. Let me find that call-in number.
I'll read it off to you.
Oh, better.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Let's see here. Okay. 1-650-479-3207.
Okay.
And the access code is 2317
Uh-huh.
137
Uh-huh.
88 86.
That's a lot. Hope you get it
Yeah.
right.
Do you want to read it back to me to make sure you got it?
Let me just try it right now.
B number, followed by pound. If you do not know your attending number.
Okay.
There we go. There we go.
Okay. Let me mute that. Hello?
So Alec, if you are on the computer at all, you will need to mute your speakers.
Oh, okay. I did hit the mute button. How about now?
Okay, you're fine now. Okay, you can go ahead.
Okay. All right, there we go. Okay. All right, apologies there for the glitch. Okay, so back to the site plan. Very simple here. We've added the front porch, essentially doubling the size of it and then extending the roof line over the front porch, matching the existing condition of the materials and so forth. The back portion, a very simple, small addition, almost an L shape towards the back, so we're not taking too much of the rear yard at all. And like Baxter said, we're going to really do an improvement addition towards the top as much as we can and maintain the bottom the same. And then moving along to the site section there, as Baxter was saying, if you want to scroll down or up to see the section, site section or site elevation. Our goal is to try to create a site line that's, again, it's not so large in appearance. So we believe with the slope going down to the road there, we're able to minimize that scale as much as we can. So the gray area is the existing condition, and then the white area is the proposed addition at the top. Okay. And then move on to the next screen. All right, so the front elevation. Again, a very simple concept here. We're trying to create a second floor without having to look like a second floor with the 3 dormers in the front and then scaling back or that roof line towards the back with the addition there. So we're looking at about a roughly 9'4" addition to the roof line vertically, but as you slope back, it doesn't appear that tall. And that'll be reflected on the other perspective plan. And then to the right of that elevation is proposed left elevation. Same principle there. We just continue on that 612 pitch of the existing home, continue that line straight up, and then try to be below the neighboring home's top ridge line. So we believe we accomplished that with that 28'11" roughly height there to that peak point. We did some architectural, I guess, innuendos here and there on the sides, so it's not such a planar look. We kept the gable roof line at the side of the existing house, and then we added another gable towards the back on the second floor above those triple windows there. And then there's the 3 sets of dormers on the front right side of the house there. And then you look, let's see, okay, to the bottom there's the existing front elevation, bottom left, and then the bottom right is your existing left elevation. You see the differences there. Okay, next page. Okay, so on the left side, proposed rear elevation. See, it doubles in size of the rear considerably. And then the right side, essentially matching the same front roof line, that 612 pitch, and then again, same concept and having a slope line going back and trying to reduce the sight line as much as possible from the front sidewalk there. The right elevation, we have I guess a couple of recesses here and there. We kept the old gable roof line to keep the existing character. And then towards the back, we didn't need all that square footage. We have a little recess towards the back corner of the right proposed elevation, and have the same repeating very top there on the second floor. And then the bottom right elevation is existing condition there previously. All right, next page. Here are some perspective views of the proposed addition. You can see from the front there, we're trying to give that character, the warm character with the columns, a traditional look, and then simple 3 dormers on top, and then referring to the bottom elevation there, or bottom perspective. And then the dark roof line is the pochette area is the new addition. As you can see, it's kind of tapering up, and again, trying to be sensitive to the sight line of the rooftop. You can see better on the top left elevation, how it slopes back, and then as well as on the right side. We have a brick stairs and brick foundation. We're adding on to existing CMU wall. And again, give it to more of a home character versus that cold CMU look we had previously. And the stairs are also rotated from the side stairs to the front center of the house. The windows itself, we've doubled in size. The existing windows before singles, we made it double. And then the door in the front, again, like Christy says, it decided to go with the craftsman look versus the older look. Okay, next page. Next page into the details of the porch area. Your traditional porch railing there with your 1x2 pickets. Very simple design there, matching the traditional look. And then the window type itself, essentially added a 7-inch crown on top. And then the windows itself, we're going with a aluminum cladded wood with a 6.6 light. And I believe the existing conditions has those 6.6. I don't recall seeing a 6.1. It may have been there years ago prior to Baxter and Natalie buying the property. That's what I saw. And then on the porch section, section number 2 is the railing section there with the brick veneer and then brick columns we're adding. And then to the right is the porch detail with the soffit detail. 1 foot overhang with fiber cement board under the soffit line, as well as the ceiling of the interior porch area, and then brick wraparound columns there. And then we're keeping the look of the concrete floor slab with the we're adding on the brick veneer in the front. Okay. And then next page shows the existing streetscape. This Merriman house is 1525, and to the left of that is a taller one, 1523, and then other side of Larch Street to the right side is 1543. We try to maintain our height below those. And then you go to the next page. Would be our proposed streetscape. Again, the pochette in the gray area is the addition from the existing house. Again, trying to keep that just below the other existing homes. The one next to it to the left is 29.3, ours is 28.9. And then the other side, Larch Street, is 32.2. The 1543 is 32.2. So those are the examples we're trying to stay under and try to be sensitive to the height here. Baxter, Natalie, did you want to add some more information I may have missed?
No, I think you did an excellent job, Alec. Thank you for that. Yeah, and I was going to point out too that in the rear, it didn't reflect this in the site survey, but there are trees and brush in the rear, and so we didn't touch any of that with this project. So just wanted to make sure that was clear.
We have no callers and no one signed up to speak on this project.
All right, commissioners, any questions for the applicant? PJ?
Yeah, hi. Good evening, everybody. Just going to jump in. I've got a lot of comments and questions, and I'm not sure how much detail I want to go into yet, but can you guys help me understand how much you worked with staff on this application or are familiar with the guidelines? That'll just help me figure out how much detail I need to go into.
Yeah. PJ, thanks for the question. When we initially started, we did have some questions for Christy and Cindy. And so we had an original proposal that was way different. They helped direct us around, what could be possible, what could potentially be possible. And so we took their advice and developed this. This specific revision has not been reviewed with the staff. But again, we met with them. I know once or twice. I'm trying to think back. If I went back in the diary, I could find out. But yes, we have met, but not a lot.
Okay, no, and thanks for that, because I mean, I'm a firm believer that, the more time you put, working with, Christy and Cindy and her team, that the more you're going to get out of it. Because, just when I was reviewing this the other day, I mean, just looking at our guidelines, starting at the top, context. The original house is an American small house. It's very simple. It's very small. And this addition is transforming it into something that's more colonial revival. So, first off, there's not really, at least in that immediate context in that block, there's not colonial revival houses in that area of Wilmore. So it kind of sticks out. I mean, that part of Merriman is American small houses and craftsman houses. And of course, there's some multifamilies. Also, massing. I mean, one of the standards for addition is, the addition shouldn't overpower the main house. So, when you look at an addition that's 50% taller, as well as, I'm guessing, probably 100% larger than the original house, that addition starts to become, very heavy and overpowering the house. And, also from a height perspective, we're always comparing the height for these additions and new construction against the historic heights of other single-family homes. I mean, yeah, there are some multifamilies across the street near the power area, and they are taller, but that's a multifamily. And while it's historic, you can't use that as a point of reference for height. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, from a height perspective, the house to the left is, that addition was put on. That's not the historic height of the house. That addition was put on before Wilmore is historic. The house to the right is new construction. Across Larch, that's new construction. The house to the right of the new construction, that addition was put on before Wilmore is historic. And then you get to historic house, right? So I guess what I'm saying, even from a height perspective, all of the houses in that on that block and across the street are very modest. I will give you that the multifamily houses, are taller. However, you can't use a multifamily house as a point of reference for height for a single family house. So those are just some of the things that, immediately came out to me. Directional expression, where you've got an American small house that's more horizontal in relation, and then with the addition, this turns into something that's more square. So, I mean, just foundationally, when you look at, context and massing and height and scale and directional expression and some of the, the roof forms, especially the roof forms, how the gable is kind of cut off in the back. It doesn't fit into that part of Wilmore. And some of them don't fit into Wilmore at all. So that's where I'm kind of challenged.
And PJ, if I could just respond to that. Thanks for the feedback. When we had originally met with Christy and Cindy, we weren't really sure what the style of house was. I joked around and said it looked like a trailer on a hill, as it is in its current condition. But we were informed, and I feel okay joking about it because it's my house. But we asked them, what style would it be or what would it fall under, and their response was, American Colonial Revival, which is the reason why we went with this look. We were really trying to honor that style as much as we could and still achieve what we were wanting to achieve with the space, accommodate for a growing family. And then just secondly, on the height, I do understand, the historic homes in that immediate vicinity are smaller. But what we did is we didn't necessarily look at the additions that were done as much like before the historic district, but we really, balance between historic height and not of family homes, but of, historic single family homes and homes that have been approved. Because I know in the design standards, it mentions that for additions, you got to follow the same height restrictions as new construction. And I know that has stayed. I read the standards both before the previous standards and the newest standards, and they're pretty consistent on the height there. So we were going to see, if that could apply to us in this case as well.
Yeah, I'm definitely challenged on height. And again, even when we look at this view of the house, just visually, without breaking it down to square footage and this and that, I mean, because when you're walking by, I mean, you'd be walking by on Larch and you'd have a side view of this. So, when I'm thinking about an addition overpowering the main house, I'm not, when I'm walking by, I'm not thinking, oh, what's the square footage on the first floor, the second floor? It's all visual. So just bear with, give me a little leeway on that. I mean, that second floor addition, I mean, it is, it visually appears taller than the primary house, and I don't want to say deeper. It's just, there's just a lot of massing on it. I don't know. Obviously, I don't want to steal all the time. So like for some of the architects to weigh in. But I mean, those were my comments out of the gate.
Just a point of correction. We told them that it was American small house with maybe some colonial revival elements. So.
No, no worries. An American small house is kind of that unique house where they can take on different, kind of different personalities and stuff too. So that's all that I had. Commissioners?
I did want to maybe ask Christy, I'm looking at the design standards for additions where it mentions the roof pitch that needs to be, the existing roof pitch needs to be maintained, and that typically the original roof as visible from the public right-of-way should not be raised. I guess, and maybe this is for an architect or Christy, in this case, the roof is raised quite a bit, correct?
Yeah, so Nichelle, I think what you're referencing is design standards page 6.2.20.
Yes.
And number 5, maintain the existing roof pitch. Roof lines for new additions should be secondary to those of the existing structure, and typically the original roof line as visible from the public way should not be raised. I will say that I did share the addition standards with the applicant, and I also referenced that they look at 1761 Merriman, Seth Sowash's house, which has a very sensitive addition. Now, they did raise the roof maybe 2 feet, but it has a notch, and you can clearly see where the original house is, and it's a very sensitive addition. So, I tried to point them in that direction, but anyway, as he said, we did not talk about this specific proposal.
Hipped roofs and American small houses seem to be two of the hardest, types of houses to put additions on. But it's possible.
Commissioners, any other questions, comments for the applicant? All right, hearing none.
I was just gonna say that I agree with PJ. The scale of the addition on the existing structure is just overwhelming. There's really no way around that in terms of it's kind of swallowing the existing architecture. And that's all I kind of see when I look at it. Not sure that the roof lines in themselves have a repetitious element in any storm anyway. And that probably makes it feel large, but yeah, just the overall scale of the addition is overpowering.
I do want to mention to the applicant, in the design standards on page 6.21, it gives a very basic illustration of some of the additions that are encouraged. And so I'm just curious if having a second story, do you have some site restrictions or constraints as to why you can't go back versus up and back?
Thanks for the question, Michelle. So, we definitely, tried to minimize the impact on the overall height. The problem that's working against us is just the slope of the lot. A lot of the neighborhood houses, well, I can't say, there's a lot of them that, I can't say all, that drop and again, I'm not an architect, but as the lot moves back, as you move towards the backyard, the slope drops, right? So it makes it a little bit easier to add on. For us, we're going up. And I think you could see that a bit. I don't know if Christy, if maybe you can go to the side view of the house. So it challenges us as far as adding on a second story. I mean, we could excavate, but then that would also be a little bit, I don't even know what that would entail. And I know too, there's gold mines that run throughout the area. So I don't know what we could run into. I mean, we could definitely, look into that option, but, the other side, so those are, two reasons. Well, there's a reason why we didn't want to go back or any further. And then two, I know the brush in the back, and again, I'm sorry, I don't have this indicated on the site survey. There are trees and brush in the back. You may be able to see it, Christy. I don't know if we can go back to the like satellite view and just zoom in of the current house. There you go, right there in the upper left-hand corner. You can see the trees and brush in the back. So it does come up a ways. So we were trying not to touch that if at all possible.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and one other thing I forgot to mention, we were going to try to put a parking pad in the back. So again, not touch that brush and then add that parking pad in the back. Sorry, I left that detail out.
All right. Thank you for that. Any questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation?
Yeah,
All
hi,
right.
this is Alex. No?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, just I guess for the homeowners' sake, the challenges of the height. Of course, we've gone over this many times with Christy and others, and we understand that. So, is there a solution to increase the size of the home? Because the homeowners want to stay. They love this area. They want to stay. They don't want to flip and sell, make money, what have you. Be a developer, right? They're there for long term, raise a family. Okay, so what advice would you give to them, us, how we can enlarge the house and still maintain the small house American look? And if you go back to the existing conditions on page 4 of the PowerPoint. There you go. You see the left elevation or the front elevation?
Yeah, no, sorry to interrupt real quick. I'd suggest is let Christy and the wonderful HTC staff send you a list of American small houses where an addition has been successfully done. I know Mr. Seth Sowash was mentioned. I know there's a couple of more. The street and address names are escaping me.
The other one I suggested to them was Shelley Hughes's project at 324 West Kingston. It's a very similar small house, and she also had the grade that went up in the back like theirs did. Like she had the topography change, and that was just approved in June. So I think that was pretty successful as well. And she got some upper level living space, and then also went to the back as well.
So Chrissy, that one was approved. I know when we last spoke, it was still being decided on.
Yes, it was approved in June.
Okay. Is there a final COA that you can send us? I don't know if that's available on the site or not yet.
It's not available yet. They are working on engineered permit-ready plans, but the plans are about what they will be as seen on the June 8th agenda, and I'm glad to send you a direct link to that, and also the final decision that you know, the final tweaks that they're going to be making.
Perfect. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
All
Yeah,
right.
this is Alex. We did see some of the samples Christy brought up, and thank you for it. I think some of the character wasn't really in line with what the homeowners were thinking. I mean, would like to do. As you can see, the existing house right here. I mean, if we try to do what the other homeowners were doing, it didn't seem like it was enough character for them. And then secondly, I don't recall if the floor plans, if the size was increased large at all. I don't recall if they're bigger increases. Baxter, do you recall?
Yeah, it's next to him. I don't want to say next to impossible. Nothing's impossible, but it's incredibly difficult. I don't want to say impossible or even possible to take an 800 or 900 square foot house and, turn it into something that's 3,000 square foot in the historic district. Not saying it can't happen, but again, it also kind of goes back to, scale, when you're thinking about ensuring that the addition doesn't gobble the original house or overpower the original house.
Okay.
All right. We're going to close for deliberation. So commissioners, what are you guys thinking? I know I hear the comments about the addition being overwhelming or overpowering. So if we can possibly give some direction of how we can remedy that, how the applicants can address that.
I hate being the deny guy, but I think there's way too many changes that have to occur. And I feel it's probably in the applicant's best interest to start from scratch. Leveraging some of the examples of American small houses that have had successful additions put on recently.
And that's a really good point because, Christy, if it would behoove the applicants, you have to use the tools and the resources that are available. And I know Christy and Cindy can point them in the right direction. And I believe, as they mentioned, this application or this example had not gone to staff. So you're right. Thank you for bringing me back to reality.
And they also may be able to get something approved faster.
Correct.
If they start from scratch versus, okay, here's 19 things. And that was just the number from Ashley's case. 19 things that you need to address, go address them, and then more changes. So I think the applicant would get through faster as well.
So other commissioners, do you guys agree? I'm seeing some head nods. Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Well,
If I could ask you to please channel Tamara Titus as you make your motion and the level of detail provided. I will help you either way that you wish to go.
Okay. Give me 1 second. So I'll first start off. I would like to make a motion to deny this application. Because it does not meet the design standards for new construction and additions. Now let me go into some detail. In chapter 6. So for additions in chapter 6, the addition violates 6.20 number 1. It's not minimally visible from the street. Number 2, The size of the addition is not, well, the size of the addition visually overpowers the existing house. Number 3, the addition is not attached in a manner so that it could be altered or removed in the future. Number 5, in the future, the essential form and integrity of the building would be unimpaired. Number 5, the existing roof pitch is not maintained. Number 6, the design of the addition is not compatible with the existing building. And I've got more. And number 4, the orientation of the original structure is not maintained. Well, actually, hold on. Let's scratch that.
Number 4.
So it's 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 for additions. Okay. How about some more? So for standard 6.1 context, the addition transforms the house from an American small house with some colonial revival accents to a full-on colonial revival house, losing the original, architecture of the house. Massing per standard 6.1, number 1 and 2. The front dormer is too large. It doesn't relate to the simplistic form of the original house. The massing of the addition is essentially adding a second story to a low ceiling American small house. The height per standard 6.9, number 1, the height should not be taller than any other historic buildings in the immediate context. The tallest historic house is 21.8 feet-ish, and the new height of this addition brings the height up to 28.9 feet, almost a 10-foot increase in height. Scale, standard 6.10, which is the relationship of the building to the others around it. The house is 50% taller and appears to be over double in size of the original house. And the addition overpowers the original house. Directional expression, standard 6.11, number 1. The addition is transforming the house from horizontal in nature to square in nature. Roof forms and materials, standard 6.13, 1 through 4. The roof forms that are used in the addition are not historic and do not use scale reducing techniques. Again, with the dormers on the front, while dormers are a scale reducing technique, however, the way the dormers are employed on the front adds to the massing. I'm going to stop there.
Do you have anything from, 4.10 about replacement of original doors, that front doors and entrances? 4.10, number 1, retain and repair existing features and materials of historic entrances and front doors.
I don't, but I'll add, and 4.10, number 1, existing historic features should be repaired and not replaced.
And then the addition of conjectural features like the crown trim to the doors and windows and the apron trim. And I can find you a citation for that.
Yeah, I think I had that on my notes. Didn't have anything on notes. Standard 4.11. Number 1 through 3, adding new crown trim to all existing windows in the house is not historically appropriate. It does not fit in the context. Also, from a fenestration perspective, the original windows on the rear of the house appear to be 6/1s. So while we absolutely appreciate that the vinyl 6/6s are being replaced, they should be replaced with something that was originally there, so a 6/1 pattern. And then lastly, brick veneer should not be applied to the existing foundation.
And for fenestration, that's 6.15.
And for the fenestration about the 6/1 windows, it was standard
6.15.
6.15.
I think. Wait, yeah, I think so. Okay, we've got a motion for denial and well cited. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion on the motion?
PJ, do you want to add the Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5 per Cindy's question?
Yes. Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5.
And Cindy, is it all of them? Well, I would 2, 3, 1, 4, 5, 6.
All of
Yes,
all of
all of them.
2.5.
All of them
of
apply.
the Secretary of Interior Standards.
Page 2.5.
Page 2.5.
Do you accept the amendment to the motion, Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
All right, any discussion on the motion? All right, hearing none, we will have a roll call vote. Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion to deny passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just have a quick announcement. I usually send this via email and I will as well. But any case that voluntarily deferred or we didn't have quorum or was continued, revised plans will be due by close of business on Friday, August 26th for inclusion on the September 14th agenda. And again, I'll send everyone an email about that, but I did want to announce it during the meeting. Thank you. And minutes?
All right. Yes, minutes. I believe.
From
Chris-
July.
From minutes from the July, I think, meeting. I think I and the two of us. I think it was.
I know it was I know Nichelle. It was you.
It was me.
Yeah, and
Me
yeah,
and who?
I don't
else?
know. I can check.
I didn't have any corrections, so I did review them. No corrections. Do I get to like make a motion too? Yes.
Yeah, it was Krista. Sorry. She can't. Well, yeah, she reviewed the meeting minutes.
Yeah, I
You
did.
can make a motion for that, can't you? Jill's nodding her head, yes, yes.
Okay, I move to accept the July meeting minutes as submitted.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion on the motion? We have a roll call vote. Commissioner Barth? Commissioner Henningsen?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Oh, Commissioner Bell. Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion passes 7-0.
Okay. And if you would close the meeting, if there's no further business.
We have reached the end of the agenda. Is there any further business to discuss? This meeting is adjourned at 6:56 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Nichelle.
Thank you.
You did a great job.
Yeah, thanks, Michelle. Nichelle.
Thanks, Scott.
Thanks
Take care.
for hanging in there with us. See ya.
All right, bye.
I'm gonna end the meeting.